probably discuss as part of this weekend. Uh, Hermetic philosophy is based on what is called the Hermetic corpus. This is a group of books, the most important of which is called the Asclepius. And these books, most of them, were completely lost during the Middle Ages. At the fall of the Roman Empire, copies of these Hermetic manuscripts were systematically destroyed by enthusiastic Christian barbarians. And the Hermetic manuscripts were scattered, and they only survived then in monasteries in Syria and places like that. Well, then in the Renaissance, the Council of Florence, under the patronage of the Borgias and people like that, they became there was this great interest suddenly in antiquities, because these Roman statuary and stuff was coming out of the ground. So the Council of Florence commissioned a character named Gemistus Pletho to go to Syria and bring back these manuscripts. And they established a translation commission. And they had, in manuscript, the works of Plato, the works of Hermes Trismegistus, a whole bunch of ancient literature. And to show you what the psychology of the Renaissance was, here they had Plato, which they hadn't been able to read for 1,000 years, sitting there waiting for translation. And Cosimo de' Medici said to Marcello Ficino, Plato can wait. Translate the Hermetic corpus first. And so it was done. If you're interested in Renaissance Hermeticism, you can't do better than read Dame Frances Yates' book, Giordano, Bruno, and the Hermetic Tradition. Well, I want to read you some of this stuff because it's very interesting, and it has a modernity that is astonishing. It's also very psychedelic. Here's a little passage on
Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition, written by Frances A. Yates. This book emphasizes the primary importance of Hermeticism in Renaissance thought. The Hermetic treatises were believed to be by an ancient Egyptian prophet of Christianity. These associations strengthened their enormous impact on Ficino and the Neoplatonic movement. Pico della Mirandola yoked Hermetism with Kabbalism, and the Hermetic Kabbalist tradition continued as an occult philosophy, both magical and mystical. Giordano Bruno is here for the first time placed within the context of this tradition, of which he represents an original variation. He emerges as a Hermetic philosopher and magician with an unorthodox religious message. Even his support of Copernican heliocentricity is associated with Ficino's solar magic. This revolutionary reinterpretation profoundly affects our understanding of Bruno and of his death at the stake. The Hermetic tradition is followed beyond the death of Bruno into the 17th century, particularly in Campanella. The correct dating in 1614 of the Hermetic treatises marked the end of the dominance of Hermeticism, though it continued to exert a hidden influence. The controversies of Flood with Mersenne and Kepler-Arc seen as a conflict between a late revival of the Hermetic Kabbalist tradition and the 17th century scientific movement. Renaissance Hermetism stimulated new attitudes towards the cosmos and towards operating with cosmic forces. It affected the religious issues, making towards toleration, Bruno's message on its religious side was a variant of the religious Hermetism widespread in the 16th century. His use of magically significant imagery and language raises the question of his influence on the poets of the English Renaissance. Preface. Many years ago, I planned to make an English translation of Giordano Bruno's La Scena della Sceneria, with an introduction emphasizing the boldness with which this advanced philosopher of the Renaissance accepted the Copernican theory. But as I followed Bruno along to the Strand of the house in Whitehall, where he was to expound the Copernican theory to knights and doctors, doubts arose. Was this journey imaginary? And was the supper really held at the French embassy? And was the Copernican theory really the subject of the debate, or was there something else implied in it? The Bruno problem remained with me thereafter as the real center of all my studies. Masses of notes and manuscript accumulated, but full understanding eluded me. Some major clue was missing. During the last 25 years, certain scholars have been drawing attention to the significance of the influence of Hermeticism to the Italian Renaissance. The fundamental bibliographical studies of P.O. Christeller have shown the importance and diffusion of Ficino's translation of the Corpus Hermeticum. E. Guerin has subtly indicated Hermetic strands in Renaissance thought, particularly in his Medioevo a Rinascimento, and essays now republished in his book La Cultura Filosofica del Rinascimento Italiano. He has inspired a group of students to undertake detailed investigations of Hermetic influence on an individual writers, published as Testi Umaneschi su Vermetismo. Several French scholars are aware of the Renaissance Hermeticism. In England, D.P. Walker has examined the Prisca Theologica in an important article and has analyzed Ficino's use of the Hermetic Asclepius in his book Spiritual and Demonic Magic from Ficino to Campanella. This book brings out for the first time shades of difference in Renaissance attitudes to magic and indicates the bearings of the subject on religious issues. No one had yet spoken of Bruno in connection with Hermeticism, nor, in spite of my interest in all these studies, did the possibility of such a connection occur to me for some time. I had long known that Bruno's works, particularly those on memory, are full of magic, a fact which did not escape Lynn Thorndike in his History of Magic and Experimental Science. But I did not realize that his magic belongs with his philosophy as part of a Hermetic philosophy. It was not until a few years ago that it dawned upon me, quite suddenly, that Renaissance Hermetism provides the long-sought-for major clue to Bruno. The right key was found at last. My former Bruno studies fell into place, and this book was written fairly quickly. It is obvious that the book is not a monograph on Bruno. It sets out to do only what its title states, to place him in the Hermetic tradition. Before a final reassessment of Bruno is possible, other studies are necessary, particularly an elucidation of his place in the history of the classical art of memory, which he transformed into a magico-religious technique. Some of the references to Bruno's mnemonics in the present book may seem rather obscure, but I hope to treat further of this subject in another book. This is a great omission in this book, namely the influence on Bruno of Raymond Lull, which I have hardly mentioned, nor have I used his many works on Lullism. Here again a study of Bruno and the Lullian tradition is needed, which one day I hope may be able to produce. The three strands of the Hermetism, the mnemonics, the Lullism, are all interwoven in Bruno's complex personality, mind, and mission. All three have a history running from the Middle Ages through the Renaissance up the dividing line of Descartes and the 17th century. I am indebted throughout the present book to the Knock Festugieri edition and the French translation of the Corpus Hermeticum, and to A.J. Festugieri's book La Révélation de Hermès Trismegistes. Though Renaissance Hermetism has not been set out before in this way, in which I attempt to do in the first 10 chapters, these chapters owe much to others, particularly in parts of 4, 7, 9, and 10 to Walker. The theme of 8 has been hinted at by Guérin. My knowledge of Kabbalah is derived almost entirely from the works of G.G. Schlolem. My persistence in spelling the word in this way is part of the general plan, and the word he's referring to is Kabbalah, C-A-B-A-L-A. My persistence in spelling the word in this way is part of the general plan of approaching the ancient wisdoms from the point of view of the Renaissance. This is how Pico and Bruno spell it. The 9 chapters on Bruno present him as a variation on the Hermetic Kabbalist tradition. This is so revolutionary that I have not been able to use much of the vast literature on Bruno, save for biographical and documentary material, and some other works which are acknowledged in the notes. I have used G. Aquilaccia's revised edition of the Gentile edition of Bruno's Italian dialogues, and the Aquilaccia's edition of the 2 newly discovered Latin works. The treatment of Campanella as a sequel to Bruno is new, though indebted to Walker's analysis of Campanella's magic and to the labors of El Firpo. The last 2 chapters emphasize the weakening of Hermetic influence through the dating of the Hermetica and its survival in esoteric writers and societies. Both these points have been briefly indicated by Guérin. The emergence of 17th century thought in Mersenne, Kepler, and Descartes is seen against the background of the Hermetic tradition. There have inevitably been oversimplification in this account of an immensely complex theme, and my purpose of leading up to and away from Giordano Bruno may have influenced my choice of material. The full history of Hermetism has yet to be written. It should include the Middle Ages and continue far later than the date to which I have taken it. I am aware that I take risks as I strike a course through ways of thinking so unfamiliar and obscure as those of the Renaissance Hermetists, and I cannot hope to have made no mistakes. If this book draws more attention to a most important subject and stimulates others to labor in this field, it will have done its work. Since the book has been so long in the making, perhaps I may thank those who have helped me in chronological order. Though our common interest in Bruno, I came to know Dorothy Whaley Singer, whose kindness and encouragement marked a turning point in my life, for she introduced me to Edward Wind, the late Fritz Saxel, and Gertrude Bing, and I began to frequent the Warburg Institute, then in its first London home on Millbank. Eventually, though, the curiosity and foresight of those in authority, the Warburg Institute and its library became a part of the University of London. Towards the end of the war, Saxel invited me to join the staff, and so for many years I've had the advantage of using the library founded by A.B. Warburg and now maintained by London University. This unique library influences all those who use it through its distinctive arrangement of the books which reflects the minds of its founder. I have also had the inestimable advantage of the friendship of members of the staff of the Institute. G. Bing has known my Bruno studies over many years, constantly supporting me with understanding and encouragement. The present director of the Institute, Ernst Gombrich, has stimulated, advised, and helped about the book with his great forbearance and kindness. Many have been the conversations on subjects of mutual interest with Perkin Walker, now on the staff of the Institute. All these read the book in manuscript, making valuable criticisms. G. Bing also read it in proof. One hardly knows how much one owes to friendship and to talk with others, nor how to thank for it. Other old friends now in the United States are Charles Mitchell, heated arguments, often in stations and trains, and Rudolph Whitcower, who often gave valuable advice at an important juncture. G. Aquilaccia, long a fellow Brunian, kindly allowed me to see some unpublished material. O. Kurz, J. Trapp, and all the librarians of the Institute have given of their knowledge. The staff of the photographic collection has been unfailingly helpful. I have constantly used the London Library, to the staff of which my thanks are due. The debt of the Library of the British Museum and its staff are, needless to say, impossible to reckon with. My sister, R.W. Yates, has read the book in manuscript and in proof many times, with tireless care helping in corrections and suggestions, also supporting my life in countless ways. Other members of my family were still alive when my Bruno studies began, and I think of them now in conclusion. Francis A. Yates, Reader in the History of the Renaissance, University of London, Warburg Institute, University of London. Chapter 1. Hermes Trismegistus. The great forward movements of the Renaissance all derive their vigor, their emotional impulse, from looking backwards. The cyclic view of time as a perpetual movement from pristine golden ages of purity and truth through successive brazen and iron ages still held sway, and the search for truth was thus of necessity a search for the early, the ancient, the original gold from which the baser metals of the present and the immediate past were corrupt degenerations. Man's history was not an evolution from primitive animal origins through ever-growing complexity and progress. The past was always better than the present, and the progress was revival, rebirth, renaissance of antiquity. The classic humanist recovered the literature and the monuments of classical antiquity with a sense of return to the pure gold of a civilization better and higher than his own. The religious reformer returned to the study of the scriptures, and the early fathers with a sense of recovery of the pure gold of the gospel, buried under later degenerations. These are truisms, and it is obvious that both these great returning movements were not mistaken as to the date of the earlier, better period to which they turned. The humanist knew the date of Cicero, knew the correct date of his golden age of classical culture. The reformer, even if not clear as to the date of the Gospels, knew that he was trying to return to the earliest centuries of Christianity. But the returning movement of the Renaissance, with which this book will be concerned, the return to a pure golden age of magic, was based on a radical error in dating. The works which inspired the Renaissance magus, and which he believed to be of profound antiquity, were really written in the 2nd to 3rd centuries A.D. He was not returning to an Egyptian wisdom, not much later than the wisdom of the Hebrew patriarchs and prophets, and much earlier than Plato and the other philosophers of Greek antiquity, who had all, so the Renaissance magus firmly believed, drunk from its sacred fountain. He is returning to the pagan background of early Christianity, to that religion of the world, strongly tinged with magic and oriental influences, which was the Gnostic version of Greek philosophy, and the refuge of wary pagans seeking an answer to life's problems, other than that offered by their contemporaries, the early Christians. The Egyptian god, Thoth, the scribe of the gods and the divinity of wisdom, was identified by the Greeks with their Hermes, and sometimes given the epithet of thrice great. The Latins took over this identification of Hermes, or Mercurius, with Thoth, and Cicero, in his De Natura Deorum, explains that there were really 5 great Mercuries, the 5th being he who killed Argus and consequently fled in exile to Egypt, where he gave the Egyptians their laws and letters, and took the Egyptian name of Thuth, or Thoth. A large literature in Greek developed under the name of Hermes Trismegistus, concerned with astrology and the occult sciences, with the secret virtues of plants and stones and the sympathetic magic based on knowledge of such virtues, with the making of talismans for drawing down the power of the stars, and so on. Besides these treatises or recipes for the practice of astral magic going under the name of Hermes, there also developed a philosophical literature to which the same revered name was attached. It is not known when the Hermetic framework was first used for philosophy, but the Asclepius and the Corpus Hermeticum which are the most important of the philosophical Hermetica which have come down to us, are probably to be dated between AD 00 and 300. Though cast in a pseudo-Egyptian framework, these works have been thought by many scholars to contain very few genuine Egyptian elements. Others would allow for some influence of native Egyptian beliefs upon them. In any case, however, they were certainly not written in remotest antiquity by an all-wise Egyptian priest, as the Renaissance believed, but by various unknown authors, all probably Greeks, and they contain popular Greek philosophy of the period, a mixture of Platonism and Stoicism, combined with some Jewish and probably some Persian influences. They are very diverse, but they all breathe an atmosphere of intense piety. The Asclepius purports to describe the religion of the Egyptians and by what magic rites and processes the Egyptians drew down the power of the cosmos into the statutes of their gods. This treatise has come down to us through the Latin translation, formerly attributed to Apuleius of Madara. The Poemander, the first of the treatises in the Corpus Hermeticum, the collection of 15 Hermetic dialogues, gives us an account of the creation of the world, which is in parts reminiscent of Genesis. Other treatises describe the ascent of the soul through the spheres of the planets to the divine realms above them, or give ecstatic descriptions of a process of regeneration by which the soul casts off the chains which bind it to the material world and becomes filled with divine powers and virtues. In the first volume of his work, La Revelation de Hermes Trismegiste, Festigere has analyzed the state of mind of the epoch, roughly the 2nd century after the birth of Christ, in which the Asclepius and the Hermetic treatises which have reached us in the Corpus Hermeticum collection were written. Externally, that world was highly organized and at peace. The Pax Romano was at the height of its efficiency, and the mixed populations of the empire were governed by an efficient bureaucracy. Communications along the great Roman roads were excellent. The educated classes had absorbed the Greco-Roman type of culture, based on the 7 liberal arts. The mental and spiritual condition of this world was curious. The mighty intellectual effort of Greek philosophy was exhausted, had come to a standstill, to a dead end, perhaps because Greek thinking never took the momentous step of experimental verification of its hypotheses, a step which was not to be taken until 15 centuries later, with the birth of modern scientific thinking in the 17th century. The world of the 2nd century was weary of Greek dialectics, which seemed to lead to no certain results. Platonists, Stoics, Epicureans could only repeat the theories of their various schools without making any further advances, and the tenets of the schools were boiled down in textbook form, in manuals which formed the basis of philosophical instruction within the empire. Insofar as it is Greek in origin, the philosophy of the Hermetic writings is of this standardized type, with its smattering of Platonism, Neoplatonism, Stoicism, and the other Greek schools of thought. This world of the 2nd century was, however, seeking intensively for knowledge of reality, for an answer to its problems which the normal education failed to give. It turned to other ways of seeking an answer, intuitive, mystical, magical. Since reason seemed to have failed, it is sought to cultivate the new, the intuitive faculty in man. Philosophy was to be used not as a dialectical exercise, but as a way of reaching intuitive knowledge of the divine and of the meaning of the world, as a gnosis, in short, to be prepared for by aesthetic discipline and a religious way of life. The Hermetic treatises, which often take the form of dialogues between the master and disciple, usually culminate in a kind of ecstasy in which the adept is satisfied that he has received an illumination and breaks out into hymns of praise. He seems to reach this illumination through contemplation of the world or the cosmos, or rather through contemplation of the cosmos as reflected in his own nous, or mens, which separates out for him its divine meaning and gives him a spiritual mastery over it, as in the familiar Gnostic revelation or experience of the ascent of the soul through the spheres of the planets to become immersed in the divine. Thus, that religion of the world, which runs as an undercurrent in much of Greek thought, particularly in Platonism and Stoicism, becomes, in Hermeticism, actually a religion, a cult without temples or liturgy, followed in the mind alone, a religious, philosophical, or philosophy of religion containing a gnosis. The men of the 2nd century were thoroughly imbued with the idea, which the Renaissance imbibed from them, that which is old is pure and holy, that the earliest thinkers walked more closely with the gods than the busy rationalists, their successors. Hence, the strong revival of the Pythagoreanism in this age. They had also had the impression that what is remote and far distant is more holy. Hence their cult of the barbarians, of Indian sophists, Persian magi, Chaldean astrologers, whose approach to knowledge was felt to be more religious than that of the Greeks. In the melting pot of the empire, in which all religions were tolerated, there was ample opportunity for making acquaintance with Oriental cults. Above all, it was the Egyptians who were revered in this age. Egyptian temples were still functioning, and devout seekers after religious truth and revelation in the Greco-Roman world would make pilgrimages to some remotely situated Egyptian temple and pass the night in its vicinity in the hope of receiving some vision of divine mysteries in dreams. The belief that Egypt was the original home of all knowledge, that the great Greek philosophers had visited it and conversed with Egyptian priests, had long been current, and in the mood of the 2nd century, the ancient and mysterious religion of Egypt, the supposed profound knowledge of its priests, their aesthetic way of life, the religious magic from which they were thought to perform in the subterranean chambers of their temples, offered immense attractions. It is this pro-Egyptian mood of the Greco-Roman world which is reflected by the Hermetic Asclepius, with its strange description of the magic by which the Egyptian priests animated the statues of their gods, and its moving prophecy that the most ancient Egyptian religion is destined to come to an end. In that hour, so the supposed Egyptian priest, Hermes Trismegistus, tells his disciple, Asclepius, in that hour, weary of Fife, men will no longer regard the world as a worthy object of their admiration and reverence. This all, which is a good thing, the best that can be seen in the past, the present, and the future, will be in danger of perishing. Men will esteem it a burden, and thenceforward this whole of the universe will be despised and no longer cherished. This incomparable work of God, glorious construction, all good creation, made up of an infinite diversity of forms, instrument of the will of God, who, without envy, lavishes his favor upon his work, in which is assembled in one all, in a harmonious diversity, all that can be seen which is worthy of reverence, praise, and love. Thus, Egypt and its magical religion becomes identified with the Hermetic religion of the world. So we can understand how the content of the Hermetic writings fostered the illusion of the Renaissance magus, that he had in them a mysterious and precious amount of most ancient Egyptian wisdom, philosophy, and magic. Hermes Trismegistus, a mythical name associated with a certain class of Gnostic philosophical revelations, or with the magical treatises and recipes, was, for the Renaissance, a real person, an Egyptian priest who had lived in times of remote antiquity, and who had himself written all these works. The scraps of Greek philosophy which he found in these writings, derived from the somewhat debased philosophical teaching current in the early centuries A.D., confirmed the Renaissance reader in his belief that he had here the fount of pristine wisdom, whence Plato and the Greeks had derived the best that they knew. This huge historical error was to have amazing results. It was on an excellent authority that the Renaissance accepted Hermes Trismegistus as a real person of great antiquity, and as the author of the Hermetic writings, for this was implicitly believed by leading fathers of the Church, particularly Lactantius and Augustine. Naturally, it would not have occurred to anyone to doubt that these overwhelmingly authoritative writers must be right, and it is indeed a remarkable testimony to the prominence and importance of the Hermetic writings, and to the early and complete success of the Hermes Trismegistus legend as to their authorship and antiquity, that Lactantius, writing in the 3rd century, and Augustine in the 4th, both accept the legend unquestioningly. After quoting Cicero on the 5th Mercury as he who gave letters and laws to the Egyptians, Lactantius, in his Institutes, goes on to say that this Egyptian Hermes, although he was a man, yet he was of great antiquity, and most fully imbued with every kind of learning, so that the knowledge of many subjects and arts acquired for him the name of Trismegistus. He wrote books, and those in great number, relating to the knowledge of divine things, in which he asserts the majesty of the supreme and only God, and makes mention of him by the same names which we use, God and Father. By these many books, Lactantius certainly means some of the Hermetic writings which have come down to us, for he makes several quotations from some of the treatises of the Corpus Hermeticum, and also from the Asclepius. The very early date at which Lactantius would place Hermes Trismegistus and his books may be inferred from a remark in his Der Ira de, where he says that Trismegistus is more ancient than Plato and Pythagoras. There are many other quotations from and references to Hermes Trismegistus in Lactantius's Institutes. He evidently thought that Hermes was a valuable ally in his campaign of using pagan wisdom in support of the truth of Christianity. In the quotation just made, he has pointed out that Hermes, like the Christians, speaks of God as Father, and in fact, the word Father is not infrequently used of the Supreme Being in the Hermetic writings. Still more telling, however, was Hermes' use of the expression Son of God for the Demerge. To demonstrate this remarkable confirmation of the truth of Christianity by this most ancient writer, Lactantius quotes, in Greek, a passage from the Asclepius, one of the quotations which has preserved for us fragments of the lost Greek original. Hermes, in the book which is entitled The Perfect World, has made use of these words, the Lord and Creator of all things, whom we have thought right to call God, since he made the second God visible and sensible. Since, therefore, he made him first, and alone, and one only, he appeared to him beautiful, and most full of all good things, and he hallowed him, and altogether loved him as his own son. The perfect word, or sermo perfectus, is a correct translation of the original Greek title of the Asclepius, and the passage which Lactantius quotes in Greek corresponds roughly to a passage in our Latin translation. Thus the Asclepius, the work which contains the weird description of how the Egyptians fabricated their idols, and the lament for the Egyptian religion, becomes sanctified because it contains a prophecy concerning the Son of God. It is not only in the Asclepius that the Hermetic writers use the expression Son of God. At the beginning of Pimander, which is the Hermetic account of creation, the act of creation is said to be through a luminous Word, who is the Son of God. When discussing the Son of God as the creative Word with the quotations from the Scriptures, Lactantius brings in Gentile confirmation, pointing out that the Greeks speak of him as the Logos, and also Trismegistus. He was doubtless thinking of the passage of the creative Word as the Son of God in the Pimander, and he adds that Trismegistus, who by some means or other searched into almost all truth, often described the excellence and the majesty of the Word. Indeed, Lactantius regards Hermes Trismegistus as one of the most important of the Gentile seers and prophets who foresaw the coming of Christianity, because he spoke of the Son of God and of the Word. In 3 passages of the Institutes, he cites Trismegistus with the Sibyls as testifying to the coming of Christ. Lactantius nowhere says anything against Hermes Trismegistus. He is always the most ancient and all-wise writer, the tenor of whose works is agreeable to Christianity, and whose mention of the God, the Son, places him with the Sibyls as a Gentile prophet. In general passages, Lactantius condemns the worshipping of images, and he also thinks that the demons used by Magi are evil fallen angels. These things, however, are never associated by him with Trismegistus, who always appears as a revered authority on divine truths. It is no wonder that Lactantius became a favorite father for the Renaissance magus who wished to remain a Christian. Augustine was, however, a difficulty for the Renaissance magus who wished to remain a Christian, for Augustine in the De Civite Dei delivers a severe condemnation of what Hermes the Egyptian called Trismegistus, wrote concerning idols, that is to say of the passage in the Asclepius, which he quotes at length, on how the Egyptians in their magical religion animated the statues of their gods by magic means, by drawing spirits into them. Augustine is using, not in the Greek text of the Asclepius, as Lactantius had done, but the same Latin translation which we have, and which must therefore be at least as early as the 4th century. As mentioned before, this translation used to be attributed to Apuleius of Madara. The context in which Augustine makes his attack on the idolatrous passage in the Asclepius is important. He has been attacking magic in general, and in particular the views on spirits or daemons held by the Apuleius of Madara. Apuleius of Madara is a striking example of one of those men highly educated in the general culture of the Greco-Roman world, who, wary of the stale teachings of the schools, sought for the salvation in the occult, and particularly in the Egyptian type of the occult. Born circa AD 123, Apuleius was educated at Carthage and at Athens, and later traveled to Egypt, where he became involved in a lawsuit in which he was accused of magic. He is famous for his wonderful novel, particularly known as The Golden Ass, the hero of which is transformed by witches into an ass, and after many sufferings in his animal form, is transformed back into human shape after an ecstatic vision of the goddess Isis, which comes to him on a lonely seashore, whither he has wandered in despair. Eventually he becomes a priest of Isis in an Egyptian temple. The whole mood of this novel, with its ethical theme, for the animal form is a punishment for transgression, its ecstatic initiation or illumination is Egyptian coloring, is like the mood of the Hermetic writings. Though Apuleius was not really the translator of the Asclepius, that work would certainly have appealed to him. Augustine calls Apuleius a Platonist, and he attacks him for his views on airy spirits or daemons, which he held to be intermediaries between gods and men in his work on the Daemon of Socrates. Augustine regards this as impious, not because he disbelieves in airy spirits or demons, but because he thinks they are wicked spirits or devils. He then goes on to attack Hermes Trismegistus for praising the Egyptians for the magic by which they drew such spirits or demons into the statues of their gods, thus animating the statues, or making them into gods. Here he quotes verbally the god-making passage in the Asclepius. He then discusses the prophecy that the Egyptian religion will come to an end, and the lament for its passing, for which he interprets as a prophecy of the ending of idolatry by the coming of Christianity. Here too, therefore, Hermes Trismegistus is a prophet of the coming of Christianity, but all credit for this is taken away by Augustine's statement that he had foreknowledge of this future from the demons who he worshipped. Hermes presages these things as the devil's confederate, suppressing the evidence of the Christian name, and yet foretelling with a sorrowful intimation that from it should proceed the wreck of all their idolatrous superstitions. For Hermes was one of those who, as the apostle says, knowing God, glorified him not as God, nor were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was full of darkness. Yet, continues Augustine, this Hermes says much of God according to the truth, though in his admiration for the Egyptian idolatry he was blind, and his prophecy of its passing he had from the devil. In contrast, he quotes a true prophet, like Isaiah, who said, "The idols of Egypt shall be moved at his presence, and the heart of Egypt shall melt in the midst of her." Augustine says nothing whatever about Hermes' mention of the Son of God, and his whole treatment of the subject is perhaps, in part, a reply to Lactantius' glorification of Hermes as a Gentile prophet. Augustine's views on Hermes naturally presented a difficulty for the many devout admirers of the Hermetic writings in the Renaissance. Various courses were open to them. One was to affirm that the idolatrous passage to the Asclepius was an interpolation made in the Latin translation by the magician Apuleius, and was not in the lost Greek original by Hermes. This course was adopted by several Hermetists of the 16th century, as will be seen later. But to the Renaissance magus, the magic in the Asclepius was the most attractive part of the Hermetic writings. How was a Christian magus to get round Augustine? Marsilio Ficino did it by quoting Augustine's condemnation, and then ignoring it, though timidly, by practicing magic. Giordano Bruno was to take the bolder course of maintaining that the magical Egyptian religion of the world was not only the most ancient, but also the only true religion, which both Judaism and Christianity had obscured and corrupted. There is another passage on Hermes Trismegistus in the De Civitae Dei, widely separated from the one on the Egyptian idolatry, and in quite a different context. Augustine is affirming the extreme antiquity of the Hebrew tongue, and that the Hebrew prophets and patriarchs are much earlier than any of the Gentile philosophers, and the wisdom of the patriarchs earlier than in the Egyptian wisdom. And what was there, the Egyptians, goodly wisdom, think you? Truly nothing but astronomy, and such other sciences as rather deemed to exercise the wit than to elevate the knowledge. For as the morality, it stirred not in Egypt until Trismegistus' time, who was indeed long before the sages and philosophers of Greece, but after Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, yea, and Moses also. For at the time when Moses was born, was Atlas, Prometheus' brother, a great astronomer, living, and he was grandfather by the mother's side to the elderly Mercury, who begat the father of this Trismegistus. Augustine thus confirmed, with the great weight of his authority, the extreme antiquity of Hermes Trismegistus, who was long before the sages and philosophers of Greece, and by giving him this curious genealogy, whereby he is dated 3 generations later than a contemporary of Moses, Augustine raised a question which was to be much debated concerning the relative dates of Moses and Hermes. Was Hermes slightly later than Moses, though much earlier than the Greeks, as Augustine said? Was he contemporary with Moses, or earlier than Moses? All these views were to be held by later Hermetists and Magi. The need to date him in relation to Moses was stimulated by the affinities with Genesis, which must strike every reader of the Hermetic Poemander. From other early Christian writers, more about Hermes Trismegistus could be learned, particularly from Clement of Alexandria, who, in his striking description of the procession of the Egyptian priests, says that the singer at the head of the procession carried 2 books of music and hymns by Hermes. The horoscopus carried 4 books by Hermes on the stars. In the course of his description, Clement states that there are 42 books by Hermes Trismegistus, 36 of which contain the whole of the philosophy of the Egyptians, the other 6 being on medicine. It is very improbable that Clement knew of any of the Hermetica which have come down to us, but the Renaissance reader believed that he had in the Corpus Hermeticum and the Asclepius precious survivors of that great sacred library of which Clement speaks. About 1460, a Greek manuscript was brought to Florence from Macedonia by a monk, one of these many agents employed by a Cosimo de' Medici to collect manuscripts for him. It contained a copy of the Corpus Hermeticum, not quite a complete copy, for it included 14 only of the 15 treatises of the collection, the last one being missing. Though the Plato manuscripts were already assembled, awaiting translation, Cosimo ordered Ficino to put these aside and to translate the work of Hermes Trismegistus at once, before embarking on the Greek philosophers. It is Ficino himself who tells us this, in that dedication to Lorenzo de' Medici of the Platonius commentaries, in which he describes the impetus given to Greek studies by the coming of Gemistus, Pletho, and other Byzantine scholars to the Council of Florence, and how he himself was commissioned by Cosimo to translate the treasures of Greek philosophy now coming into the West from Byzantine. Cosimo, he says, had handed over to him the works of Plato for translation, but in the year 1463, word came to Ficino from Cosimo that he must translate Hermes first, at once, and go on afterwards to Plato. Mihi Mercurium primo terma maximum mox Platonum mandavit interpretandum. Ficino made the translation in a few months, whilst the old Cosimo, who died in 1464, was still alive. Then he began on Plato. It is an extraordinary situation. There are complete works of Plato waiting, and they must wait whilst Ficino quickly translates Hermes, probably because Cosimo wants to read him before he dies. What a testimony this is to the mysterious reputation of the thrice great one. Cosimo and Ficino knew from the fathers that Hermes Trismegistus was much earlier than Plato. They also knew that the Latin Asclepius, which whetted the appetite for more ancient Egyptian wisdom from the same pristine source. Egypt was before Greece. Hermes was earlier than Plato. Renaissance respect for the old, the primary, the far away, as nearest to divine truth, demanded that the Corpus Hermeticum should be translated before Plato's Republic or Symposium, and so this was, in fact, the first translation that Ficino made. Ficino gave his translation the title of Poemander, which is really the title of only the first treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum, but which he extended to cover the whole corpus, or rather, the first 14 of its items, which were all that his manuscript contained. He dedicated the translation to Cosimo, and this dedication, or argumentum, as he calls it, reveals the state of mind, the attitude of profound awe and wonder in which he had approached this marvelous revelation of ancient Egyptian wisdom. In time in which Moses was born, flourished Attis the astrologer, born of Prometheus the physicist, and maternal uncle of the elder Mercury, whose nephew was Mercurius Trismegistus. So the argumentum begins, with a slightly garbled version of the Augustinian genealogy of Hermes, which at once places him in extreme antiquity, and almost in a Mosaic context. Augustine has written of Mercurius, continues Ficino, also Cicero and Lactantius. He repeats the information from Cicero that Mercurius gave laws and letters to the Egyptians, adding that he founded the city called Hermopolis. He was an Egyptian priest, the wisest of them all, supreme as philosopher for his vast knowledge, as priest for his holiness of life and practice of the divine cults, and worthy of kingly dignity as administrator of the laws, whence he is rightly called the Terma Maximus, the 3 times great. He is called the first author of theology. He was succeeded by Orpheus, who came second amongst ancient theologians. Agliophæmus, who had been initiated into the secret teachings of Orpheus and was succeeded in theology by Pythagoras, whose discipline was Philolaus, the teacher of our divine Plato. Here there is one ancient theology, Praesia Theologica, taking its origin in Mercurius and culminating in the divine Plato. It is in this preface to the Pimander that Ficino gives for the first time his genealogy of wisdom, which he worked out, not mainly from Gemistus Pletho, who does not mention Trismegistus, but from the fathers, particularly Augustine, Lactantius, and Clement. He was to repeat the genealogy of wisdom many times later. Hermes Trismegistus always has either the first place in it or is second only to Zoroaster, who was Pletho's favorite as the first Prisms Theologus, or is bracketed first with Zoroaster. The genealogy of the Praesia Theologica forcibly demonstrates the extreme importance which Ficino assigned to Hermes as the fons et origo of a wisdom tradition which led to an unbroken chain to Plato. Much other evidence could be quoted from his works of Ficino's unquestioning belief in the primacy and importance of Hermes, and this attitude impressed an early biographer of the Florentine philosopher who says that he, Ficino, held it as a secure and firm opinion that the philosophy of Plato took its origin from that of Mercurius, whose teachings seemed to him closer to the doctrine of Orpheus and in certain ways to our own theology, that is, Christianity, than those of Pythagoras. Mercurius wrote many books pertaining to the knowledge of divine things, continues Ficino in his preface to the Pimander, in which he reveals arcane mysteries. Nor is it only as a philosopher that he speaks, but sometimes as a prophet he sings of the future. He foresaw the ruin of the early religion and the birth of a new faith and the coming of Christ. Augustine doubts whether he had not know this through the stars or the revelation of demons, but Lactantius does not hesitate to place him among the Sibyls and the prophets. These remarks, which we have paraphrased, not fully translated, from the Argumentum, show Ficino's effort to avoid Augustine's condemnation of his hero for the Egyptian idolatry in the Asclepius, which he does by emphasizing the favorable views of Lactantius. He next goes on to say that of the many works which Mercurius wrote, two principally are divine, the one called Asclepius, which Apuleius, the Platonist, translated into Latin, and the one called Pimander, that is, the Corpus Hermeticum, which has been brought out of Macedonia into Italy, and which he himself, by command of Cosimo, has now translated into Latin. He believes that it was first written in Egyptian and was translated into Greek to reveal to the Greeks the Egyptian mysteries. The Argumentum ends on a note of ecstasy which reflects these Gnostic initiations with which the Hermetica are concerned. In this work, so Ficino believes, there shines a light of divine illumination. It teaches us how, rising above the deceptions of sense and the clouds of fantasy, we are to turn our mind to the divine mind, as the moon turns to the sun, so that Pimander, which is the divine mind, may flow into our mind, and we may contemplate the order of all things as they exist in God. In the introduction of his edition of the Hermetica, Scott outlined Ficino's attitude to these works as follows. Ficino's theory of the relation between Hermes Trismegistus and the Greek philosophers was based partly on data supplied by early Christian writers, especially Lactantius and Augustine, and partly on the internal evidence of the Corpus Hermeticum and the Latin Asclepius of the Pseudo-Apuleius. He saw that the resemblance between the Hermetic doctrines and those of Plato was such as to imply some historical connection, but accepting it as a known fact that the author of the Hermetica was a man who lived about the time of Moses, he inverted the true relation and thought that Plato had derived his theology through Pythagoras from Trismegistus, and his view was adopted, at least in its main outlines, by all who dealt with the subject down to the end of the 16th century. This is undoubtedly a fact, and one which all students of the Renaissance Neoplatonism, which Ficino's translations and works inaugurated, would do well to bear in mind. It has not been sufficiently investigated what was the effect on Ficino of his awestruck approach to the Hermetica as Zephyrisca Theologia, the pristine fount of illumination flowing from the divine mens, which would clad him to the original core of Platonism as a gnosis derived from Egyptian wisdom. Contemporaries shared with Ficino his estimate of the extreme importance of the Hermetic writings, for, as P. O. Christeller has pointed out, his Poemander had an immense diffusion. A very large number of manuscripts of it exist, more than any other work by Ficino. It was printed for the first time in 1471 and went through 16 editions to the end of the 16th century, not counting those in which it appears with the other works. An Italian translation of it by Tommaso Benci was printed at Florence in 1548. In 1505, Lefebvre de Etaples brought together into one volume Ficino's Poemander and the translation of the Asclepius by Pseudo-Apuleius. The bibliography of the editions, translations, collections, commentaries on the Hermetic writings in the 16th century is long and complicated, testifying to the profound and enthusiastic interest aroused by Hermes Trismegistus throughout the Renaissance. The ban of the medieval church on magic has forced it into dark holes and corners, where the magician plied his abominated art in secrecy. Respectable people might sometimes employ him surreptitiously, and he was much feared. But he was certainly not publicly admired as a religious philosopher. Renaissance magic, which was reformed and learned magic, and always disclaimed any connection with the old, ignorant, evil, or black magic, was often an adjunct of an esteemed Renaissance philosopher. This new status of magic was undoubtedly mainly due to that great flood of literature which came in from Byzantium, so much of which dated from those early centuries after Christ, in which the reigning philosophies were tinged with occultism. The learned and assiduous reader of such authors as Iamblichus, Porphyry, or even of Platonius could no longer regard magic as the trade of ignorant and inferior persons, and the genealogy of ancient wisdom, which Ficino did so much to propagate, was also favorable to a revival of magic, for so many of the Prisci Theologica were Prisci Magi, and the literature which supported their claims also dated from the occultist early centuries A.D. To the most ancient Zoroaster, who sometimes changes place with Hermes as the earliest in the chain of wisdom, were attributed to the Chaldean oracles, which were not, as supposed, documents of extreme antiquity, but dated from the 2nd century A.D. The incantatory magic, supposed to have been taught by Orpheus, who comes second in the chain of Prisci Theologiae, was based on the Orphic hymns, most of which date from the 2nd or 3rd century AD. Thus, Hermes Trismegistus was not the only most ancient theologian or magus whose sacred literature was badly misdated. Nevertheless, it is probable that Hermes Trismegistus is the most important figure in the Renaissance revival of magic. Egypt was traditionally associated in the darkest and strongest magic, and now there were brought to light the writings of an Egyptian priest which revealed an extraordinary piety, confirming the high opinion of him which the Christian father Lactantius had expressed, and whom the highest authorities regarded as the source of Plato. It was almost certainly the discovery of the Corpus Hermeticum which demonstrated the piety of Hermes and associated him so intimately with the reigning Platonic philosophy, which rehabilitated his Asclepius, condemned by Augustine as containing bad demonic magic. The extraordinarily lofty position assigned to Hermes Trismegistus in this new age rehabilitated Egypt and its wisdom, and therefore the magic with which that wisdom was associated. Chapter 2. Ficino's Poemander and the Asclepius. In this chapter, I shall give compressed accounts of the contents of 4 selected treatises of the Corpus Hermeticum, chosen only from amongst those 14 which Ficino translated and to which he gave the general title Poemander. I shall indicate the more important points from Ficino's commentaries on these works, trying to bring out his awestruck wonder at the institutions into Mosaic and even Christian truths, which this most ancient Egyptian author seemed to have mysteriously been revealed to him. Finally, a compressed account of the contents of the Asclepius will be given. In this way, it is hoped to bring before the reader some impression of the 2 works which Ficino in his Argumentum before the Poemander associates together as the 2 divine books of Hermes Trismegistus, namely the book on the power and wisdom of God and the 14 treatises of his Poemander, and the book on the divine will, the Asclepius. It is, I believe, necessary for the understanding of the Renaissance attitude to the magic in the Asclepius to read that work in the context of the extraordinary piety and knowledge of divine things which the Poemander seemed to reveal. The reader whose interest may be aroused in the true nature of these works as documents for pagan Gnosticism in the early centuries AD may be referred to Festigeri's massive volumes on La Révélation de Hermes Trismegiste, in which he treats exhaustively of their philosophical sources and brilliantly reconstructs the social and religious atmosphere of their period. The writers could have used some Hebrew sources, as well as the current Greco-Roman philosophy, and in view of their real date after Christ, they could have heard something of Christianity and of the Christian's Son of God. But for our purposes here, the critical and historical problems of the Hermetic literature are irrelevant, for they would have been entirely unknown to Ficino and his readers, and we are going to try to approach these documents imaginatively as Ficino and the whole Renaissance after him approached them, as revelations of most ancient Egyptian wisdom by a writer who lived long before Plato and even longer before Christ. To keep up this illusion, I shall give the 5 treatises here analyzed Egyptian titles, and I shall refer throughout to their authors as Hermes Trismegistus, for it seems to me that it is only by entering with some degree of sympathy into the huge illusion of their vast antiquity and Egyptian character that one can hope to realize the tremendous impact which these works made on the Renaissance reader. Before, however, we plunge into the great Egyptian illusion, some critical remarks are necessary. These writings are really by different, unknown authors, and no doubt of considerably varying dates. Even the individual treatises are often composites, made up of different tracts grouped together into a whole. Their contents are therefore very various, and often contradictory. No really coherent system can be drawn from them as a whole, nor are they intended to be a system of rationally thought-out philosophy. They are records of individual souls seeking revelation, intuition into the divine, personal salvation, gnosis, without the aid of a personal God or Savior, but through a religious approach to the universe. It is this religious approach, their character as documents of religious experiences, which gives the Hermetica a unity which they entirely lack as a thought system. The cosmological framework, which they take for granted, is always astrological, even where this is not expressly stated. The material world is under the rule of the stars and of the 7 planets, the 7 governors. The laws of the nature within which the religious Gnostic lives are the astrological laws, and they are the setting of his religious experience. There is, however, a fundamental difference in the attitude to the star-ruled world among the various authors of the Hermetica. Festigere has classified these writings as belonging to 2 types of gnosis, namely pessimistic gnosis or optimistic gnosis. For the pessimist or dualist Gnostic, the material world heavily impregnated with the fatal influence of the stars is in itself evil. It must be escaped from by an aesthetic way of life which avoids as much as possible all contact with matter, until the lightened soul rises up through the spheres of the planets, casting off their evil influences as it ascends to its true home in the immaterial divine world. For the optimist, Gnostic, matter is impregnated with the divine. The earth lives, moves with a divine life. The stars are living divine animals. The sun burns with a divine power. There is no part of nature which is not good, for all are parts of God. The following accounts of the contents of the 5 Hermetic writings chosen are partly analysis, partly direct quotation. I have made many omissions and have sometimes slightly rearranged the order. There is good deal of diffuseness and repetition in these works, and I have tried to give their main gist as briefly as possible. 1. The Egyptian Genesis, Pimander, Corpus Hermeticum, 5. Partly optimistic and partly dualistic Gnosis. Pimander, who is the No, or divine mens, appears to Trismegistus when his corporeal senses are bound as in heavy sleep. Trismegistus expresses his longing to know the nature of beings and to know God. Pimander's aspect changes, and Trismegistus sees a limitless vision, which is all light. Then a kind of obscurity or darkness appears, out of which comes a kind of fire, in which is heard an indescribable sound, like a fiery groan, while from the light issues a holy word, and a fire without mixture leaps from the moist region up to the sublime, and the air, being light, follows the fiery breath. That light, says Pimander, as I myself, Nous, thy God, and the luminous word issuing from the Nous, is the Son of God. Trismegistus then sees within himself, in his own Nous, or mens, the light and innumerable number of powers, a limitless world, and the fire enveloped in an all-powerful force. He asks Pimander, whence then arise the elements of nature? And Pimander replies, from the will of God, which received into itself the word, and the Nous God, existing as life and light, brought forth a second Nous Demerge, who, being the god of fire and breath, fashioned the governors, 7 in sleep, who envelop with their circles the sensible world. The Word united itself with the nous d'emerge, being of the same substance, and the nous d'emerge conjointly with the Word moves the 7 governors, on which all the lower elemental world depends. After the nous d'emerge world of fire and breath had fashioned the 7 governors and set them in motion, there comes in Trismegistus' account the creation of man, which is the direct action of the nous Father. Now the nous, Father of all things, being life and light, brought forth a man similar to himself, whom he loved as his own child. For the man was beautiful, reproducing the image of his father. For it was indeed with his own form that God fell in love and gave over to him all his works. Now, when he saw the creation in which the Demurrer had fashioned in the fire, the man wished also to produce a work, and permission to do this was given to him by the Father. Having thus entered into the demiurgic sphere, in which he had full power, the man saw the works of his brother, and the governors fell in love with him, and each gave to him a part in their own rule. Then, having learned their essence, and having received participation in their nature, he wished to break through the periphery of the circles, and to know the power of him who reigns above the fire. Then man, who had full power over the world of mortal beings and of animals, leant across the armature of the spheres, having broken through their envelopes, and showed to the nature below the beautiful form of God, when she saw that he had in him the inexhaustible. Possible to ascribe to a man before the incarnation such knowledge. And he saw the Son being born of the Father, and the Spirit proceeding from the Father and the Son. He saw the creation being made by the divine Word, and the man being made in the image of God. Then his fall from the intelligible sphere into the body. He actually uses almost the same words as Moses when describing God's command to the species to increase and multiply. Then he instructs us how we may rise again to that intelligible and immortal nature from which we have degenerated. Moses was the lawgiver of the Hebrews, Mercurius of the Egyptians, and he gives holy advice to his flock on how to live, praising the Father of all with hymns and thanksgivings, and contemplating the life and the light. As the above abstract of the commentary on the Poemander shows, it was above all that what he took to be the resemblances to Moses, not so much Plato, in this work, which profoundly impressed Ficino. This is why, as he might have thought, the fathers made such a point of dating Trismegistus in relation to Moses, because he seemed like an Egyptian Moses. Ficino continued to ponder over these marvels in later years. In the Theological Platonica, he actually allowed himself to wonder whether, after all, Hermes Trismegistus was Moses. After speaking in that work of the account of creation in the Timaeus, he adds, Trismegistus Mercurius teaches more clearly such an origin of the generation of the world. Nor need we wonder that this man knew so much. If this Mercurius was the same man as Moses, as Artapanus, the historian shows with many conjectures. And Trismegistus is even better than Moses, because he saw, long before the incarnation, that the creative Word was the Son of God. Ille, Moses, potente verbo domini cuncta arete, nunciat hie, Mercurius, verbum illud lucens, quod omnia illuminet, femum de esse asseverat. Probably Ficino is here thinking of a comparison within the beginning of St. John's Gospel. Has Ficino hurriedly translated the Poemander for Cosimo, he would have realized how right Lactantius had been when he said that Trismegistus, by some other means or other, searched into almost all truth, and often described the excellence and the majesty of the Word, calling him the Son of God, not only in the Poemander, but also in the Asclepius. Thus an odor of sanctity surrounds the author of the Egyptian Genesis, who is so like Moses, who prophesies Christianity, and who devotes a devout way of life in loving devotion to God the Father. Nevertheless, it is most obvious that there are, as Ficino significantly fails to point out, radical differences of many kinds between the Mosaic Genesis and the Egyptian Genesis. Particularly, they differ most profoundly in their account of the nature of man and the character of his fall. It is true that the Mosaic Genesis, like the Egyptian Genesis, says that man was made in the image of God and was given dominion over all creatures, but it is never said in the Mosaic Genesis that this meant that Adam was created as a divine being, having the divine creative power. Not even when Adam walked with God in the Garden of Eden before the fall is this said of him. When Adam, tempted by Eve and the serpent, wished to eat of the tree of knowledge and become like God, this was the sin of disobedience, punished by the exile from the Garden of Eden. But in the Egyptian Genesis, the newly created man, seeing the newly created 7 governors, the planets, on whom all things depend, wishes to create, to make something like that. Nor is this treated as a sin of disobedience. He is allowed into that society of the 7 governors who love him and impart to him their powers. This Egyptian Adam is more than human. He is divine and belongs to the race of the star demons and the divinely created governors of the lower world. He is even stated to be brother to the creative word Demerge, son of God, the second God who moves the stars. It is true that he falls, but this fall is in itself an act of his power. He can lean down through the armature of the spheres, tear open their envelopes, and come down to show himself to nature. He does this of his own free will, moved by love of the beautiful nature which he himself helped to create and maintain, though his participation in the nature of the 7 governors. He was moved to do this by love of his own image, reflected in the face of nature, just as God loved man, seeing in him his own beautiful image, and nature recognizes his power, the powers of the 7 governors in him, and is united to him in love. It is true that this is a fall which involves loss, that man, in coming down to nature and taking on a mortal body, puts his mortal part under the dominion of the stars, and it is perhaps punished by the separation into 2 sexes, after the curious period of the 7 sexless men engendered by man and nature. But man's immortal part remains divine and creative. He consists not of human soul and body, but of a divine, creative, immortal essence and a body. And this divinity, this power, he recovers in the vision of the divine mens, which is like his own divine mens, shown him by Poemander. Poemander leaves Trismegistus after he has been invested with powers and instructed in the nature of the all and the supreme vision. In short, the Egyptian Genesis tells the story of the creation and fall of a divine man, a man intimately related to the star demons in his very origin, man as Magus. The Egyptian Genesis tallies well with that famous outbreak in the Asclepius, on man as the magnum miraculum, with which Pico della Mirandola was to open his oration on the dignity of men. With a great miracle is man, O Asclepius, a being worthy of reverence and honor, for he passes into the nature of a god as though he were himself a god. He has familiarity with the race of demons, knowing that he issued from the same origin. He despises that part of his nature which is only human, for he has put his hope in the divinity of the odier part. 2. Egyptian regeneration, the secret discourses on the mountain of Hermes Trismegistus to his son Tat, Corpus Hermeticum 13, Dualist Gnosis. Tat asks his father Trismegistus to teach him about the doctrine of regeneration, for he has fortified his spirit against the illumination of the world and is ready for the final initiation. Trismegistus tells him that regenerated man is born of intelligent wisdom in silence, and the seed is the true good, sown in him by the will of God. The man thus born again will be God, the Son of God, all in all, composed of all the powers. Trismegistus has had the regenerative experience. With growing excitement, Tat implores him to pass it on to him. Who is the operator in the work of regeneration, he asks, and the reply is, the Son of God, a man like other men, by the will of God. Tat asks what truth is, and he is told that it is that which is not polluted, which has no limit, no color, no form, is motionless, naked, shining, which can only be apprehended by itself, the unalterable good, the incorporeal. It cannot be perceived by the senses, and can be only known by the effects of its power and energy, which demands that a person must be capable of understanding birth in God. Am I not capable of this, O Father? Cries Tat, and the answer is that he must draw it to himself, and it will come. Wish it, and it will be produced. Arrest the activity of the bodily senses, and the divinity will be born in him. Purify himself from the irrational punishments of matter. Terrible and numerous are these punishments, and the chief of them are 12 in number, namely, ignorance, sadness, incontinence, concupiscence, injustice, cupidity, deceit, envy, fraud, anger, precipitation, malice. These are the punishments which, through his imprisonments in the body, force the interior man to suffer through the senses. Now, in a religious silence, Tat experiences the work of regeneration, and the powers of God come into him and drive out the punishments. Knowledge replaces ignorance. Joy replaces sadness. Continence, incontinence. Endurance, concupiscence. Justice, injustice. Generosity, cupidity. Truth, deceit. With that arrival of truth comes the good, accompanied by life and light, and all the remaining punishments are driven out. The decade of the powers has cancelled the dodecade of the punishments. With his regenerative experience is completed, Trismegistus leads Tat out of the tent, translated tabernaculum by Ficino, under which he has been, and which is constituted by the circle of the zodiac. As Festigere explains, the 12 vices or punishments come from the 12 signs of the zodiac, which oppressed Tat when he was still material and under the influence of matter. Festigere compares this with the ascent through the spheres in the Pimander, where there are 7 vices with the planets, which the initiate abandons on his upward path. The punishments of matter are thus really the influences of the stars, for which are substituted in their regenerative experiences. Virtues which are divine powers, which free the soul from the material weight of the heaven and its influences. The powers are one in the Word, and the soul thus regenerated becomes itself the Word and Son of God. Trismegistus has passed on to Tat the experience which he himself has had, and the powers sing in Tat the hymn of regeneration. Let all nature listen to the hymn. I will sing the Lord of creation, the All, the One. Open, O heavens, winds retain your breath. Let the immortal circle of God listen to my word. Powers which are in me sing to the One, the All. I give thee thanks, Father, energy of the powers. I give thee thanks, God, power of my energies. This is what the powers cry when they are in me. This is what the man who belongs to thee cries through the fire, through the air, through the earth, through the water, through the breath, through all thy creatures. In his commentary on this treatise, Ficino compares the deriving out of the ultores and their replacement by the potestates, de, with the Christian experience of regeneration in Christ, the Word and the Son of God. In fact, as Festigere points out, this Gnostic experience does seem to be something like a gift of grace, which cancels out the predestination of the stars. I append a table of the punishments and powers as translated into Latin by Ficino. He translated incontinence as inconstancy, and in the text of the translation forgot concupiscence, which, however, he gives as luxuria in the list of punishments in his commentary. Since he does not list the powers in the commentary, we have no opposite for his luxuria, which should have, of course, been castitas, or, if the endurance of the text had been translated, fortitudo. Punishments. ignoratia, tristia, inconstancia, cupiditas, luxuria, injustica, deceptio, invidia, fraus, ira, temeritas, malitia, powers, cognitio de, gaudium, constantia, constantentia, casistas, fortitudo, justitia, veritas, bonum, lumen, vita. It is probable that this gospel, according to Hermes Trismegistus, meant a great deal to Ficino, who desperately feared the stars. Like the creation by the word in Pimander, it may have well seemed to him to accord with St. John. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And to many as received him, to them he gave power to become the sons of God. 3. Egyptian reflection of the universe in the mind. The mind to Hermes, Corpus Hermeticum, 11. Optimist, Gnosis. The mens is supposed throughout to be addressing Hermes. Eternity is the power of God, and the work of eternity is the world, which has no beginning, but is continually becoming by the action of eternity. Therefore, nothing that is in the world will ever perish or be destroyed, for eternity is imperishable. And all this great body of the world is a soul, full of intellect, of God, who fills it within and without, and vivifies the all. Contemplate through me, that is, through the mens, the world, and consider its beauty. See the hierarchy of the seven heavens and their order. See that all things are full of light. See the earth, settled in the midst of the all, the great nurse who nourishes all terrestrial creatures. All is full of soul, and all beings are in movement. Who has created these things? The one God, for God is one. You see that the world is always one, the sun, one, the moon, one, the divine activity, one. God, too, is one. And since all is living, and life is also one, God is certainly one. It is by the action of God that all things come into being. Death is not the destruction of the assembled elements in the body, but the breaking of their union. The change is called death because the body dissolves, but I declare to you, my dear Hermes, that the beings who are thus dissolved are but transformed. All beings are in God, but not as though placed in a place, for it is not thus that they are placed in the incorporeal faculty of representation. Judge of this from your own experience. Command your soul to be in India, to cross the ocean. In a moment it will be done. Command it to fly up to heaven. It will not need wings. Nothing can prevent it. And if you wish to break through the vault of the universe and to contemplate what is beyond, if there is anything beyond the world, you may do it. See what power, what swiftness you possess. It is so that you must conceive of God. All that is, he contains within himself like thoughts, the world, himself, the all. Therefore, unless you make yourself equal to God, you cannot understand God, for the like is not as intelligible save to the like. Make yourself grow to a greatness beyond measure. By a bound, free yourself from the body. Raise yourself above all time. Become eternity. Then you will understand God. Believe that nothing is impossible for you. Think yourself immortal and capable of understanding all arts, all sciences, the nature of every living being. Mount higher than the highest height, descend lower than the lowest depth. Draw into yourself all sensations of everything created, fire and water, dry and moist, imagining that you are everywhere, on earth, in the sea, in the sky, that you are not yet born, in the maternal womb, adolescent, old, dead, beyond death. If you embrace in your thought all things at once, times, places, substances, qualities, quantities, you may understand God. Say no longer that God is invisible. Do not speak thus, for what is more manifest than God? He has created all only that you may see it through the beings. For that is the miraculous power of God, to show himself through all beings. For nothing is invisible, even of the incorporeals. The intellect makes itself visible in the act of thinking. God in the act of creating. Ficino's commentary on this treatise is merely a short resume. The reader will notice that the view of the world in which this Egyptian revelation, really optimist type of gnosis, is based differs fundamentally from the preceding revelation, based on a pessimist type of gnosis. In the revelation of Hermes to Tat, matter of evil and the work of regeneration consisted in escaping from its power through the infusion into the soul of divine powers or virtues. Here the world is good, for it is full of God. The gnosis consists in reflecting the world within the mind, for we shall know the God who made it. Yet also in the pessimist gnosis, described in the regeneration of Tat, the world was reflected in his mind. After his regeneration, he cried to God through the creatures, and became eternity, the aeon, as here. The principle of world reflection in the mind thus belongs to both types of gnosis, but with a different emphasis. In the one, the adept is released by bis vision from evil powers in matter, and there is a strong ethical element. In the other, the vision is of God and nature, a kind of pantheism. The material world is full of the divine, and the gnosis consists in fully grasping it as it is and holding it within the mind. For the Renaissance enthusiast, believing all to be the work of one man, the most ancient Egyptian, Hermes Trismegistus, these distinctions would be blurred. 4. Egyptian philosophy of man and of nature, earth movement. Hermes Trismegistus to Tat on the common intellect. Corpus Hermeticum 12, optimist gnosis. The intellect, O Tat, is drawn from the very substance of God. In men, this intellect is God, and so some men are gods, and their humanity is near to the divinity. When man is not guided by intellect, he falls himself into an animal state. All men are subject to destiny, but those in possession of the word, in whom intellect commands, are not under it in the same manner as others. God's two gifts to man of intellect and the word have the same value as immortality. If a man makes right use of these, he differs in no way from the immortals. The world, too, is a god, image of a greater God. United to him and conserving the order and will of the Father, it is totality of life. There is nothing in it, though all the duration of the cyclical returned willed by the Father, which is not alive. The Father has willed that the world should be living so as long as it keeps its cohesion. Hence, the world is necessarily God. How then could it be that in which is God, which is the image of the all, there should be dead things? For death is corruption, and corruption is destruction, and it is impossible that anything of God could be destroyed. Do not the living beings in the world die, O Father, although they are parts of the world? Hush, my child, for you are led into error by the denomination of the phenomenon. Living beings do not die, but, being composite bodies, they are dissolved. This is not death, but the dissolution of a mixture. If they are dissolved, it is not to be destroyed, but to be renewed. What, in fact, is the energy of life? Is it not movement? What is there in the world which is immobile? Nothing. But the earth, at least, does it not seem to be immobile? No. On the contrary, alone of all beings, it is both subject to a multitude of movements and stable. It would be absurd to suppose that this nurse of all beings should be immobile, she who gives birth to all things, for without movement it is impossible to give birth. All that is in the world, without exception, is in movement, and that which is in movement is also life. Contemplate that the beautiful arrangement of the world and see that it is alive, and that all matter is full of life. Is God, then, in matter, O Father? Where could matter be placed if it existed apart from God? Would it not be a confused mass unless it were put to work? And if it was put to work, by whom is it done? The energies which operate in it are part of God, whether you speak of matter or bodies or substance, Know that these things are energies of God who is the all. In the all there is nothing which is not God. Adore this word, my child, and render it a cult. Again, Ficino's commentary on this is little more than a resume. The piece again gives Egyptian philosophy of the optimist, gnosis, repeating much that it is in other treatises. The fundamental tenet that man through his intellect is divine, and that gnosis consists in becoming or rebecoming a god in order to see God, comes out clearly. The emphasis of Egyptian natural philosophy, optimist gnosis, on the divinity, eternity, and life of the world and of matter is also strongly restated. In this divine and living world, nothing can die and everything moves, including the earth. This philosophy, in which divine man through his divine intellect participates in the intellect infused through the living world of divine nature, is the ideal philosophy for man as magus, as the Asclepius will show. 5. Egyptian religion. The Asclepius, or the perfect word, that the latter is the correct title, would have been known from Lactantius, who calls it Certno Perfectus, optimist gnosis. Hermes Trismegistus, Asclepius, Tat, and Hammon meet together in an Egyptian temple. No others were admitted, for it would be impious to divulge to the masses a teaching entirely filled with the divine majesty. When the fervor of the four men and the presence of God had filled the holy place, the divine love, Divinus Cupido, began to speak through the lips of Hermes. All descends from heaven, from the one who is all, by the intermediary of the heaven. Attend carefully to this, with full application of your divine intellect, for the doctrine of the divinity is like a torrential flood coming down from the heights, with violent impetuosity. From the celestial bodies there are spread throughout the world continual effluvia through the souls of all species and of all individuals, from one end to the other of nature. Matter has been prepared by God to be the receptacle of all forms, and nature, imprinting the forms by means of the four elements, prolongs up to heaven the series of beings. All species reproduce their individuals, whether demons, men, birds, animals, and so on. The individuals of the human race are diverse, having come down from on a high, where they had commerce with the race of demons. They contract links with all other species. That man is near to the gods who, thanks to the spirit which relates him to the gods, has united himself to them with a religion inspired by heaven. And so, O Asclepius, man is a magnum miraculum, a being worthy of reverence and honor, for he goes into the nature of a god as though he himself were a god. He has familiarity with the race of demons, knowing that he is of the same origin. He despises that part of his nature which is only human, for he has put his hope in the divinity of the other part. Man is united by the gods which he has of the divine. His intellect and all other creatures are bound to him by the celestial plan, and he attaches himself by knots of love. This union of gods with men is not for all men, but only for those who have had the faculty of intellection. Thus, alone among creatures, man is double, one part like God, the other part formed of the elements. The reason why man was condemned to this double nature is as follows. When God had created the second God, he seemed to him beautiful, and he loved him as the offspring of his divinity, as his son, according to Lactantius, who regards this as one of the passages in which Hermes prophesies Christianity. But there had to be another being who could contemplate what God had made, and so he created man. Seeing that man could not regulate all things unless he gave him a material envelope, he gave him a body. Thus man was formed from a double origin, so that he could both admire and adore celestial things and take care of terrestrial things and govern them. The soul of the gods is said to be all intellect, But this is true only of superior gods, for there are many gods, some intelligible, some sensible. The chief or principal gods are as follows. I here combine two passages on the principal gods. The ruler of heaven is Jupiter, and through the intermediary of heaven he dispenses life to all beings. Possibly an earlier statement that it is breath or spiritus which keeps life in all of the things and the beings of the world related to the supremacy of Jupiter, the god of air. Jupiter occupies a place intermediary between heaven and earth. The sun or light, for it is through the intermediary of the solar circles that light is spread to all. The sun illuminates the other stars, not so much by the power of his light as by his divinity and sanctity. He must be held as the second god. The world is living, and all things in it are alive, and it is the sun which governs all living things. Next in the order of gods are the 36, which are called horoscopes, and that is stars fixed in the same place, who have had for their chief a god called Pantomorph, or Omniform, who imposes their particular forms on the individual of each species. No individual form can be born exactly the same as another. These forms change as many times in an hour as there are moments within the circle, in the interior of which resides the great god Omniform. These 36 gods are the decans, or divisions of 10 degrees, into which the 360 degrees of the circle of the zodiac are divided. Note in the Egyptian theological system here presented the great importance of the sun and the zodiac with his decans. Finally, in the list of gods comes in the 7 spheres who have as their ruler fortune or destiny. Air is the instrument or organ of all these gods. Having spoken of the society which unites gods and men, you must know, O Asclepius, the power and force of man. Just as the Lord and Father is the creator of the gods of heaven, so man is the author of the gods who reside in his temples. Not only does he receive life, but he gives it in his turn. Not only does he progress towards God, but he makes gods. Do you mean the statues, O Trismegistus? Yes, the statues, Asclepius. They are animated statues, full of sensus and spiritus, who can accomplish many things, foretelling the future, giving ills to men, and curing them. I attach here a later passage on the man-made gods. What we have said about man is already marvelous, but most marvelous of all is that he has been able to discover the nature of gods and to reproduce it. Our first ancestors invented the art of making gods. They mingled a virtue drawn from material nature to the substance of the statues. And since they could not actually create souls, and having evoked the souls of demons or angels, they introduced those into their idols by holy and divine rites, so that the idols had power of doing good and evil. These terrestrial or man-made gods result from a composition of herbs, stones, and aromatics, which contain in themselves an occult virtue of divine efficacy. And if one tries to please them with the numerous sacrifices, hymns, songs of praise, sweet concerts, which recall the harmony of heaven, this is in order that the celestial element which has been introduced into the idol by the repeated practice of the celestial rites may joyously support its long dwelling amongst men. This is how man makes gods. Hermes adds as examples of such gods the worship of Asclepius, of his own ancestor, Hermes, and of Isis, implying the cult of the statues of these divinities. And he mentions here, too, the Egyptian worship of animals. I revert now to an earlier part of the Asclepius. Yet the religion of Egypt, and its wise and true cult of the divine, all in one, is destined to pass away. The lament or the apocalypse. There will come a time when it will be seen that in vain have the Egyptians honored the divinity with a pious mind and with assiduous service. All their holy worship will become ineffectuous. The gods, leaving the earth, will go back to heaven. They will abandon Egypt, this land, once the home of religion, will be widowed of its gods and left destitute. Strangers will fill this country, and not only will there be no longer be care for religious observances, but, yet a more painful thing, it will be laid down under so-called laws, under pain of punishments, that all must be abstain from acts of piety or cult towards the gods. Then this most holy land, the home of sanctuaries and temples, will be covered with tombs and the dead. O Egypt, Egypt, there will remain of thy religion only fables, and thy children in later times will not believe them. Nothing will survive save words engraved on stones to tell of thy pious deeds. The Scythian or the Indian or some other barbarous neighbor will establish himself in Europe. For behold, the divinity goes back up to heaven, and men, abandoned, all die, and then, without either God or man, Egypt will be nothing but a desert. Why weep, O Asclepius? Egypt will be carried away to worse things than this. She will be polluted with yet graver crimes. She is hitherto most holy, who so much loved the gods, only country of the earth, where the gods made their home in return for her devotion. She who taught men holiness and piety will give example of the most atrocious cruelty. In that hour, weary of life, men will no longer regard the world as worthy, object of their admiration and reverence. This all, which is a good thing, the best that can be seen in the past, the present, and the future, will be in danger of perishing. Men will esteem it a burden, and thenceforward will despise and no longer cherish this whole of the universe, incomparable work of God, glorious construction, good creation, made up of an infinite diversity of forms, instrument of the will of God, who, without envy, pours forth his favor on all his work, in which is assembled in one whole, in a harmonious diversity, all that can be seen that is worthy of reverence, praise, and love. For darkness will be preferred to light. It will be thought better to die than to live. None will raise his eyes towards heaven. The pious man will be thought mad, the impious, wise. The frenzied will be thought brave, the worst criminal, a good man. The soul and all the beliefs attached to it, according to which the soul is immortal by nature, or foresees that it can obtain immortality, as I have taught you. This will be laughed at and thought nonsense. And believe me, it will be considered a capital crime under the law to give oneself to the religion of the mind. A new justice will be created and new laws. Nothing holy, nothing pious, nothing worthy of heaven and of the gods who dwell there will be any more spoken of, nor will find credence in the soul. The gods will separate themselves from men, deplorable divorce. Only the evil angels will remain, who will mingle with men, and constrain them by violence, miserable creatures, to all the excesses of criminal audacity, engaging them in wars, brigandage, frauds, and in everything which is contrary to the nature of the soul. Then the earth will lose its equilibrium, the seas will no longer be navigable, the heaven will no longer be full of stars. The stars will stop their courses in the heaven. Every divine voice will be silenced and will be silent. The fruits of the earth will molder, the soil will no longer fertile, and the air itself will grow thick with a lugubrious torpor. Such will be the old age of the world, irreligion, disorder, confusion of all goods. When all these things have come to pass, O Asclepius, then the Lord and Father, the God first in power, and the demiurge of the one God, having considered these customs and voluntary crimes, endeavoring by his will, which is the divine will, to bar the way to vices and universal corruption, and to correct errors, he will annihilate all malice, either by effacing it in a deluge, or consuming by fire, or destroying it by pestilential maladies diffused in many places. Then he will bring back the world to its first beauty, so that this world may again be worthy of reverence and admiration, and that God also, creator and restorer of so great a work, may be glorified by the men who shall live, then in continual hymns of praise and benedictions. That's why the rebirth of the world will be a renewal of all good things, a holy and most solemn restoration of nature herself, imposed by force in the course of time by the will of God. We have no commentary by Ficino on the Asclepius, for in the commentary supposedly by him, which is printed with the Asclepius in his collected works, is now known to have not been by Ficino, but by Lefebvre d'Etaples. In that commentary, Lefebvre d'Etaples expresses strong disapproval of the God-making passage. This disapproval can now be totally disassociated from Ficino, since it is not he who wrote the commentary. The best guide to what Ficino thought of the Asclepius is thus the Argumentium before his translation of the Corpus Hermeticum, called by him Pimander, where he says that of the many works of Hermes Trismegistus, 2 are divine. The one the work on the divine will, and the other on the power and wisdom of God. The first of these is called the Asclepius, the second Pimander. Thus the Asclepius is for Ficino a divine work on the will of God, intimately associated with the other divine work, by this most holy and ancient Egyptian, the Pimander, on the power and wisdom of God. My purpose in bringing together this chapter accounts of 4 works in the Corpus Hermeticum together with an account of the Asclepius has been to suggest how, for Ficino and his readers, what they thought to be the Mosaic piety of the Egyptian Genesis and the Christian piety of Egyptian regeneration would have rehabilitated in their eyes the Egyptian religion of the Asclepius. They would observe that much of the same philosophy and general outlook of works in the Corpus Hermeticum is repeated in the Asclepius. Thus the latter work would seem the revelation of the religious cult, which went with the religion of the mind, or the religion of the mind in relation to the world, which this holy Egyptian, both in various passages in the Corpus Hermeticum and in the Asclepius, associated prophetically with the Son of God. In the light of the newly discovered corpus, and its translation in Ficino's eagerly read Pimander, it would have seemed that Augustine must have been mistaken in interpreting the lament as true prophecy, though inspired by devils, of the coming of Christianity to abolish Egyptian idolatry. Surely, on the contrary, the work which Lactantius had called the Sermo Perfectus contained the final initiation into the religious cult practiced by the holy Hermes. And that cult involved the practice of astral magic. The statues in the temples, the terrestrial gods, were animated by knowing the occult properties of substances, by arranging them in accordance with the principles of sympathetic magic, and by drawing down into them the life of the celestial gods by invocations. So it would become a legitimate practice for a philosopher, even a devout practice associated with his religion, to draw down the life of heaven by sympathetic astral magic, as Ficino advised in his works on magic, the De Vita Coeletas Compranda. The rehabilitation of the Asclepius through the discovery of the Corpus Hermeticum is, I believe, one of the chief factors in the Renaissance revival of magic, and this can only be understood by reading the Asclepius in the context of Ficino's Pimander and the pious interpretations of it in his commentary. The attitude to the famous lament of the Asclepius would also change. This moving and beautiful piece of pro-Egyptian rhetoric is suffused with a moral indignation reminiscent of Hebrew prophecy, by which an author may indeed have been influenced. The passing of the holy Egyptian religion is identified with the breaking up of the moral law, and its eventual restoration with the restoration of morality. The decay of the religion of the world brought with it the decay of ethics and utter moral confusion. Hence, the pious and good man should hope for its promised return, and the lament could begin to look quite differently from the way Augustine saw it. Could begin to seem like an injunction to infuse into a decayed Christianity something of the Egyptian spirit of piety and morality. The first thing which meets the eye of the worshipper, or the tourist, who enters the Cathedral of Siena is the portrait of Hermes Trismegistus on the famous mosaic pavement, frontispiece. On either side of Hermes stands two sibyls, holding their prophecies of the coming of Christianity, and behind these two are ranged the rest of the 10, all with their prophecies. Obviously here we have Hermes Trismegistus with the sibyls, as in Lactantius, as the great Gentile prophet of Christianity. The inscription under his feet dates the revered figure even earlier than Augustine or Lactantius had done, for it describes him as Hermes Mercurius Contemporaneus Moiosi. An oriental-looking figure wearing a turban, and perhaps intended to be Moses, his contemporary, stands in a deferential attitude, almost bowing on Hermes' right. And behind this figure is a grave personage, perhaps intended to represent some pious Egyptian participator in the Hermetic dialogues. Asclepius, for example, or Tat. The left hand of Hermes rests on a table, supported by sphinxes, on which is this inscription: Deus omnium creator, secum Deum fecit, visibelum et hunc, fecit primum et solum, quo oblectatus est, valde amavit pro priam, filium que appellator sanctum verbum. As Scott has pointed out, this inscription is an abbreviated Latin translation of the passage in the Asclepius, as quoted from the Greek by Lactantius, and which that father emphasized so strongly for its mention of the Son of God, the Lord and Creator of all things, whom we have the right to call God, because he has made the second God visible and sensible, since therefore he made him first and alone, and only one, and he appeared to him beautiful, and most full of good things. He hallowed him, and altogether loved him as his own son. All the points in the inscription are found here, except the last one, que appellator sanctum verbum, which brings in Hermes' other prophecy about the Word as the Son of God, also pointed out by Lactantius as the beginning of Pimander. The suppliant Moses, if this figure is indeed intended to be Moses, holds a book which is also held by Hermes. On this book is written, Suscepite o lecteras et leges Egypti. Take up letters and laws, O Egyptians. The phrase is obviously derived from Cicero's description, which Lactantius quotes, of Hermes Trismegistus as he who gave to the Egyptians their letters and laws. Egyptes leges et litteras tradidice. But the phrase is most significantly changed in the inscription, take up thy letters and laws, O Egyptians, would seem to mean a supplication from the lawgiver of the Hebrews, if the supplicant figure is Moses, to the lawgiver of the Egyptians to revive Egyptian piety and morality. The mosaics of Hermes Trismegistus and the Sibyls were laid down in the Duomo of Siena during the 1480s. The representation of Hermes Trismegistus in this Christian edifice, so prominently displayed near its entrance, and giving him so lofty a spiritual position, is not an isolated local phenomenon, but a symbol of how the Italian Renaissance regarded him, and a prophecy of what was to be his extraordinary career throughout Europe in the 16th century, and well onto the 17th century. Chapter 3. Hermes Trismegistus and Magic. The Hermetic literature divides into two branches, On the one hand, there are philosophical treatises, such as those in the Corpus Hermeticum and the Asclepius, to which can be added some other specimens of this literature, particularly the fragments preserved in the anthology of excerpts compiled by Stobaeus. On the other hand, there is also astrological, alchemical, and magical literature, much of which also went under the name of Hermes Trismegistus. These two branches cannot be kept entirely separate from one another. Not only do we have in the Asclepius an actual description of magical practices in the admiring reference to the methods by which Egyptians made gods, but also even the loftiest and most mystical of the philosophical Hermetic treatises presuppose, as we have seen, an astrological pattern in the cosmos. Gnosticism and magic go together. The pessimistic Gnostic needs to know the magical passwords and signs by which he may rid himself of the evil material power of the stars in his upward ascent through the spheres. The optimistic Gnostic has no fear to draw down by sympathetic magic, invocations, talismans, those same powers of the universe which he believes to be good. The methods of sympathetic magic presuppose that continual effluvia of influences pouring down onto the earth from the stars of which the author of this Asclepius speaks. It was believed that these effluvia and influences could be canalized and used by an operator with the requisite knowledge. Every object in the material world was full of occult sympathies poured down upon it from the star on which it depended. The operator who wished to capture, let us say, the power of the planet Venus must know what planets belonged to Venus, what stones and metals, what animals, and use only these when addressing Venus. He must know the images of Venus and know how to inscribe these on talismans made of the right Venus materials and at the right astrological moment. Such images were held to capture the spirit or power of the star and to hold or store it for use. Not only the planets had attached to each of them a complicated pseudoscience of occult sympathies and image-making, but the 12 signs of the zodiac each had their plants, animals, images, and so on, and indeed, so had all the constellations and stars of the heavens. For the all was one, united by an infinitely complex system of relationships. The magician was one who knew how to enter into this system and use it, by knowing the links of the chains of influences descending vertically from above, and establishing for himself a chain of ascending links by correct use of the occult sympathies in terrestrial things, of celestial images, of invocations and names, and the like. The methods in the cosmological background presupposed are the same whether the magician is using these forces to try to obtain concrete material benefits for himself, or whether he is using them religiously, as in the hieratic magic described in the Asclepius, for insight into the divine forces in nature and to assist in his worship of them. Into the Hellenistic astrology, which is the background of the philosophical Hermetica, an Egyptian element had been absorbed, namely the 36 deacons, or 36 gods, who ruled over the divisions into 10 of the 360 degrees of the circle of the zodiac. That strange people, the Egyptians, had divinized time, not merely in the abstract sense, but in the concrete sense that each moment of the day and night had its god, who must be placated as the moments passed. The deacons, as they came to be called in the Hellenistic times, were really Egyptian sidereal gods of time who had become absorbed in the Chaldean astrology and affiliated to the zodiac. They all had images which vary in different lists of them, and these lists of the powerful images of the deacons had come out of the archives of the Egyptian temples. The deacons had various aspects. They had definite astrological significance as horoscopes, presiding over the forms of life born within the time periods over which they presided, and they were assimilated to the planets domiciled in their domain, and to the signs of the zodiac. The 3 deacons going with each sign as its 3 faces. But they were also gods, and powerful Egyptian gods, and this side of them was never forgotten, giving them a mysterious importance. The high place which the author of the Asclepius assigns to the 36 horoscopes in his list of gods is a genuinely Egyptian feature of that work, and in one of the Stobaeus fragments we hear, within the familiar framework of a conversation between Hermes and his son Tat, of the great importance of the 36. We have said, my child, that there is a body which envelops the whole ensemble of the world. You should represent it to yourself as a circular figure, for thus is the all. I represent to myself such a figure as you say, O Father. Represent now to yourself that, below the circle of this body, are ranged the 36 deacons in the middle between the universal circle and the circle of the zodiac, separating these two circles, and as it were sustaining the circle of the all and circumscribing the zodiac, moving along the zodiac with the planets, and having the same force as the movement of the all, alternatively with the 7. Pay attention to this. Since the deacons command over the planets and we are under the dominion of the 7, do you not see how there comes to us a certain influence of the deacons, whether through the children of the deacons or through the intermediary of the planets? The deacons appear here as a powerful divine or demonic forces, close to the circle of the all, and above the circles of the zodiac and the planets, and operating on things below either directly through their children or sons, or the demons, or through the intermediary of the planets. Thus, the philosophical Hermetica belong to in the same framework of thought as the practical Hermetica, the treatises on astrology or alchemy, the list of plants, animals, stones, and the like, grouped according to their occult sympathies with the stars, the list of images of planets, signs, deacons, with instructions as to how to make magical talismans from them. The following are only a few examples from this vast and complex literature ascribed to Hermes Trismegistus. There is a treatise, supposedly by Hermes, on the names and powers of the 12 signs of the zodiac, others on which plants go with the signs and the planets, a book of Hermes Trismegistus to Asclepius on the occult virtues of animals, a treatise on astrological medicine dedicated by Hermes to Ammon, the Egyptian, which describes how to treat illnesses caused by bad stellar influences by building up links with the methods of sympathetic magic and talismans to draw down either an increase of good virtue from the star, which has been causing the trouble, or bringing in influences from another star. The name of Hermes Trismegistus seems to have been particularly strongly connected with the list of images of the deacons. The Liber Hermestis Trismegiste, a treatise on astrology and astrological magic, which has been brought to light in recent years, begins with the deacons. The Liber Sacer, or Sacred Book of Hermes, is a list of deacon images, and of the stones and plants in sympathy with each deacon, with instructions as to how to engrave the images on the correct stone, which is to be fixed into a ring together with the relative plant. The wearer of the ring must abstain from all foods antipathetic to the deacon. In short, Hermes Trismegistus is indeed a name to conjure within all this type of literature concerned with occult sympathies and talismans. Again, in his capacity as Hermes, Thoth, inventor of language, of words, which bind and unbind, he plays a role in magic, and some of the magical prayers and invocations assigned to him are like those in the Corpus Hermeticum. The name of Hermes Trismegistus was well known in the Middle Ages and was connected with alchemy and magic, particularly with magic images or talismans. The Middle Ages feared whatever they knew of the deacons as dangerous demons, and some of the books supposedly by Hermes were strongly censored by Albertus Magnus as containing diabolical magic. The Augustinian censure of the demon worship in the Asclepius, by which he may have meant in particular deacon worship, weighed heavily upon that work. However, medieval writers interested in natural philosophy speak of him with respect. For Roger Bacon, he was the father of philosophers, and he is sometimes given a genealogy which makes him even more ancient than Ficino or the designer of the Siena mosaic thought. In the preface to a 12th century translation of an alchemical work, it is stated that there were 3 Hermeses, namely Enoch, Noah, and the king, philosopher, and prophet who reigned in Egypt after the flood and was called Hermes Triplex. The same genealogy of Hermes Mercurius Triplex is also given in a 13th century treatise on astrology, and the same explanation of why he is threefold. It will be remembered that Ficino in his Argumentum before the Pimander gives a similar explanation of Trismegistus as referring to Hermes in his triple capacity of priest, philosopher, and king or lawgiver. The medieval genealogy, however, takes Hermes Triplex back before Moses to the time of Noah. There is an extremely comprehensive treatise on sympathetic and astral magic, with particular reference to talismans, which goes under the name of Picatrix. Though the authorship of Picatrix is not assigned to Hermes Trismegistus, the work frequently mentions him with great respect, and it is important because it may have been one of Ficino's authorities on talismans and sympathetic magic. Like many of the magical works attributed to Hermes, which reached the Western Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the Picatrix was originally written in Arabic, probably in the 12th century. There was a big influence of Hermetic and Gnostic literature and ideas on the Arabic world, and particularly among the Arabs of Haran. Talismanic magic was practiced by these Arabs, and the influence came through the Sabaeans, who were immersed in Hermeticism, in both its philosophical and religious and its magical aspects. Picatrix is by an Arabic writer under strong Sabaean, that is to say, Hermetic, influence, and he gives his lists of magical images, his practical advice on magical procedures, in an elaborate philosophical setting. The philosophy expounded being in many respects similar to that which we find in some treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum and in the Asclepius. Ficino and his friends would be able to recognize in the Picatrix many of the ideas and philosophico-religious sentiments expressed by the wonderful author of Pimander, the Egyptian Moses and the prophet of Christianity, and yet here this philosophy is in context of practical magic, how to make talismans, how to draw down the influences of the stars by establishing a chain of links and correspondencies with the upper world. The Latin translation of Picatrix is shorter than the Arabic text. In the proem, it is stated that the work has been translated from Arabic into Spanish by order of Alfonso the Wise, but this Spanish translation has not survived. The Latin Picatrix was certainly circulating a good deal in the Italian Renaissance. There was a copy of Picatrix in Pico della Mirandola's library. It is known to Ludovico Lazzarelli, a most ardent Hermetist contemporary with Pico. Giovanni Francesco Pico, nephew of the great Pico, shows some knowledge of it in a work written after his uncle's death. Symphorian Champier, who edited a new edition of the Hermetica, but was anxious to disassociate Christian Hermeticism from the magic of the Asclepius, speaker of Picatrix in 1514, with disapproval, and accuses Peter of Abano of having borrowed from it. The popularity of this textbook of magic is attested by the fact that Rabelais directed one of his shafts at it when he spoke of la reurund perer en diable pecataris recter de la faculte diabolique. The secretive way in which such a book is circulated is described by Agrippa de Abigne in a letter written between 1572 and 1575, in which he says that King Henry III of France had imported some magical books from Spain, which he was allowed to see, after much difficulty, and not without solemnly swearing not to copy them. Amongst them were Le Commentaire de Dom Juan Picatrix de la Tolède. Thus there is a good deal of evidence that this Picatrix, though it was never printed, had a considerable circulation in manuscript during the 15th and 16th centuries. since there is no manuscript of it earlier than the 15th century, it is possible that it began to circulate in the same century as that which saw the apotheosis of Hermes Trismegistus. The Picatrix opens with pious prayers and promises to reveal profound secrets, for knowledge is the best gift of God to man, and to know what is the root and principle of all things. The primal truth is not a body, but it is one truth, one unity. All things come from it, and though it received truth and unity in the perpetual movement of generation and corruption, there is a hierarchy in things, and lower tilings are raised to higher things, and higher things descend to lower things. Man is a little world reflecting the great world of the cosmos, but through his intellect, the wise man can raise himself above the seven heavens. From this short sample of the philosophy of Picatrix, it can be seen that the magician bases himself upon a gnosis, an insight into the nature of the all. The order of nature is further expounded in two passages. God, or the prima materia, is without form. There derives from the formless incorporeal one of the series of intellectus, or mens, spiritus, materia, or material nature, the elements of the elementata. Spiritus descends from the above to the below and resides in the place where it is caught, ubi captus est. Or, as it is put in another chapter, the virtues of the superior bodies are in the form and the power of the inferiors, and the form of the inferiors is of a material related to the virtues of the superiors, and they are as it were joined together, because their corporeal material of terrestrial things and their spiritual material of the stars are one material. The whole art of magic thus consists in capturing and guiding the influx of spiritus into materia. The most important of the means of doing this is through the making of talismans, images of the stars inscribed on the correct materials at the right times, in the right frame of mind, and so on. The whole of the first two long and complicated books of Picatrix is devoted to this most difficult art, which demands a deep knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, music, metaphysics, and indeed practically everything. For the introduction of spiritus into talismans is a most tricky business, and no one can succeed in it unless he is a resolute philosopher. Lists of the images suitable for use on talismans are given, of which the following are a few examples from the list of planet images. 2 images of Saturn. The form of a man with a crow's face and a foot, sitting in a throne, having in his right hand a spear, and his left a lance or an arrow. The form of a man standing on a dragon, clothed in black, and holding in his right hand a sickle and in his left a spear. 2 images of Jupiter. The form of a man sitting on an eagle, clothed in a garment, with eagles beneath his feet. The form of a man with a lion's face and bird's feet. Below them a dragon with 7 heads, holding an arrow in his right hand. An image of Mars. The form of a man, crowned, holding a raised sword in his right hand. An image of Sol. The form of a king sitting on a throne, with a crown on his head, and beneath his feet the figure, magic character, of the sun. An image of Venus. The form of a woman with her hair unbound, riding on a stag, having in her right hand an apple, and in her left flowers, and dressed in white garments. An image of Mercury. The form of a man having a cock on his head, on a throne, having feet like those of an eagle, with fire in the palm of his left hand, and having below his feet this sign, a magic character. An image of Luna. A form of a woman with a beautiful face on a dragon, with horns on her head, with 2 snakes wound around her. A snake is wound around each of her arms, and above her head is a dragon, and another dragon beneath her feet, each of these dragons having 7 heads. As can be seen from these examples, the magical images of the planets are usually recognizable related to the classical forms of these gods and goddesses, but with strange and barbaric additions and modifications. There is a full list in Picatrix of the images of the 36 deacons, grouped with the signs of the zodiac to which they belong. The images of the deacons of Aries. First deacon, a huge dark man with red eyes, holding a sword and clad in a white garment. Second deacon, a woman clad in green and lacking one leg. Third deacon, a man holding a golden sphere and dressed in red. And so the list goes on, for all the 36 deacons belonging to the 12 signs, all with weird and barbaric images. Having fully dealt with talismans and their manufacture in his first 2 books, the author of Picatrix discusses in his 3rd book what stones, plants, animals, and so on go with the different planets, signs, and so on, giving full fists what parts of the body go with the signs, what are the colors of the planets, and how to invoke the spirits of the planets by calling on their names and powers, so on. The 4th book deals with similar matters, with the fumigations, and ends with orations to the planets. The work is thus a most complete textbook for the magician, giving the philosophy of nature on which talismanic and sympathetic magic is based together with full instructions for its practice. Its objects are strictly practical. The various talismans and procedures are used to gain specific ends, for the cure of diseases, for the long life, for success in various enterprises, for escaping from prison, for overcoming one's enemies, for attracting the love of another person, and so on. Hermes Trismegistus is often mentioned as a source for some talismanic images and in other connections, but there is in particular one very striking passage in the 4th book of Picatrix, in which Hermes is stated to have been the first to use magic images, and is credited with having founded a marvelous city in Egypt. There among the Chaldeans very perfect masters in this art, and they affirm that Hermes was the first who constructed images by means of which he knew how to regulate the Nile against the motion of the moon. This man also built a temple to the sun, and he knew how to hide himself from all so that no one could see him, and although he was within it, it was he, too, who was in the east of Egypt, constructed a city 12 miles, Milaria, long, with which he constructed a castle which had 4 gates in each of its 4 parts. On the eastern gate he placed the form of an eagle, on the western gate the form of a bull, on the southern gate the form of a lion, and on the northern gate he constructed the form of a dog. Into these images he introduced spirits, which spoke with voices, nor could anyone enter the gates of the city except by their permission. There he planted trees, in the midst of which was a great tree which bore the fruit of all generation. On the summit of the castle he caused to be raised a tower 30 cubits high, on the top of which he ordered to be placed a lighthouse, rotunda, the color of which changed every day until the 7th day, after which it returned to the first color. And so the city was illuminated with these colors. Near the city there was an abundance of water, in which dwelt many kinds of fish. Around the circumference of the city he placed engraved images, and ordered them in such a manner that by their virtue the inhabitants were made virtuous, and withdrawn from all wickedness and harm. The name of the city was Ado-Sentin. Passed through the vivid imagination of the Arab of Haran, we seem to have here something which reminds us of the hieratic religious magic described in the Asclepius. Here are the man-made gods, statues of the animal, and bird-shaped gods of Egypt, which Hermes Trismegistus has animated by introducing spirits into them so that they speak with voices and guard the gates of this magical utopia. The colors of the planets flash from the central tower, and these images around the circumference of the city, are they perhaps images of the signs of the zodiac and the deacons which Hermes has known how to arrange so that only good celestial influences are allowed into the city? The lawgiver of the Egyptians is giving laws which must perforce be obeyed, for he constrains the inhabitants of the city to be virtuous and keeps them healthy and wise by his powerful manipulation of astral magic. The tree of generation in the city may perhaps also mean that he controls the generative powers, so that only the good, the wise, the virtuous, and the healthy are born. In his striking passage about the city of Ado-Sentin, The author of Picatrix soars above the level of his utilitarian prescriptions of individual talismans as cures for toothache, aids to business progress, means for downing rivals, and the like, to a wider view of the possibilities of magic. One might say that this city shows us that Hermes Mercurius Triplex, in his triple role of Egyptian priest and god-maker, of philosopher-magician, of king and lawgiver. Unfortunately, no date is given for the founding of Adocentine, so we have no means of knowing whether this took place in the time of Noah and soon after the flood, or in the time of Moses, or not much later than Moses. But the pious admirer of these two divine books, by the most ancient Hermes, the Pimander and the Asclepius, might surely have been struck by this vivid description of a city in which, as in Plato's ideal republic, the wise philosopher is the ruler, and rules must forcibly by means of the priestly Egyptian magic, such as described in the Asclepius. The city of Adocentine, in which virtue is enforced on the inhabitants by magic, helps also to explain why, when the magical Egyptian religion decayed, manners and morals went to rack and ruin, as is so movingly described in the Lament. And in the prophecy in the Asclepius, after the Lament, of the eventual restoration of the Egyptian religion, it is said, "The gods who exercise their dominion over the earth will be restored one day, and installed in a city at the extreme limit of Egypt, a city which will be founded towards the setting sun, and into which will hasten by land and by sea the whole race of mortal men." In the context of the Asclepius, the city of Adocentine might thus be seen both as an ideal Egyptian society before its fall, and as the ideal pattern of its future and universal renovation. The author of Picatrix also states, at the beginning of the passage quoted above, that Hermes Trismegistus built a temple to the sun, within which he presided invisibly. Through this sun temple is not explicitly connected with his city. Hermes, as a builder of a temple to the sun, could also connect in the minds of the pious reader of Pimander, by which I mean, of course, the 14 treatises of the Corpus Hermeticum, which Ficino included under that title, and of the Asclepius, with the many passages on the sun in those works. For example, in the Corpus Hermeticum 5, it is stated that the sun is supreme among the gods of heaven. In the Corpus Hermeticum 10, the author, using Platonic terminology, compares the sun to the good and its rays to the influx of the intelligible splendor. And in the list of the gods of Egypt in the Asclepius, the sun ranks as far greater than one of the planets. He is above the 36 horoscopes in the list of gods, and the 36 are above the spheres of the planets. To find Hermes Trismegistus in the Picatrix as the builder of a temple of the sun would thus accord perfectly with the teaching of that holy Priscus Theologus in the Pimander and in the Asclepius. When Marsilio Ficino began to dabble in his magic, which included a tentative use of talismans, there were plenty of medieval authorities with which he might have used, who gave lists of talismanic images, amongst them Peter Vabano, who osts the deacon images, and whom Ficino cites by name in his treatise De Vita Coelitas Campranda, a possible translation of which might be on Capturing the Life of the Stars. He would also find much encouragement for the practice of magic in certain of the Neoplatonic authors whom he studied and translated, particularly Proclus, or Lamblicius, on the Egyptian mysteries. Nevertheless, as D.P. Walker has shown, his chief incentive or exemplar was almost certainly the description of magic in the Asclepius. Walker has suggested Picatrix as among the possible sources for Ficino's practical magic, and as the above analysis of that work has shown, the pious admirer of the divine Pimander and the divine Asclepius would find much in this practical treatise on talismanic magic to remind him of the utterances of the most ancient Hermes Trismegistus in his two divine books. It could have been that the Picatrix, read in the context of his Hermetic studies, which enabled the pious Christian Neoplatonic philosopher to make the transition to a practice of magic. Magic had never died out during the Middle Ages, in spite of the efforts of the ecclesiastical authorities to exercise some form over it and to banish its more extreme forms. Nor was it by any means only in Florence and under cover of Ficino's Neoplatonism that the interest in the magic images of the stars was reviving in Italy. On the other side of the Apennines, in Ferrara, the Duke Borso d'Estate had covered in a great room in his palace with a cycle of paintings representing the months of the year and showing, in its central band, the signs of the zodiac, with the images of the 36 deacons most strikingly painted. In this room, the decoration of which was finished before 1470, we may see, in the lowest band of the frescoes, the omniform fife of the court of Ferrara, and above it the images of the 36 strung out along the zodiac. The series begins with the 3 deacons of Aries and their signs. Although their forms are slightly variant from the images which we quoted from the fist in Picatrix, they are easily recognizable, as in the main the same, the tall dark man in white, the woman who is hiding under her skirts the unfortunate fact that she has only one leg, the man holding a sphere or circle. Despite their charmingly modernized costumes, these are really the Egyptian gods of time, the demons banned by Augustine. We are not, however, here concerned with revivals of star images in other centers and outside the main current of Florentine Neoplatonism. We are concerned with how it was that Marsilio Ficino, who took such extreme care to present the revival of Plato and Neoplatonism as a movement which could be accorded with Christianity, allowing a fringe of magic to penetrate into this movement, thus inaugurating these philosophies of the Renaissance in which magical undercurrents are never far absent. The theory of the Priscia Theologica, of the piety and antiquity of Hermes Trismegistus, Priscus Theologus, and Magus, offered an excuse for Ficino's modern philosophical magic. The attraction of the Asclepius had probably already been exerting its pull in the earlier Renaissance, and when Ficino, dropping Plato in order to translate the Corpus Hermeticum first, found here a new revelation of the sanctity of Hermes and a confirmation of Lactantius' high opinion of him as the prophet of the Son of God. He felt authorized to adopt the Lactantian view and try to evade the Augustinian warning. The presence of Hermes Trismegistus inside the Duomo of Siena, in the character of a Gentile prophet, which Lactantius had given him, is symptomatic of the success of this rehabilitation. We must not forget that the other Prisci Theologi, such as Orpheus or Zoroaster, were also magi, and also authorized by their antiquity revivals of forms of magic. Yet Hermes Trismegistus is the most important of the Prisci Magi from the point of view of the incorporation of magic with philosophy, for in his case, there was a body of supposedly most ancient philosophical writings to be studied, and these writings, in addition to their echoes of Moses and their prophetic understandings of Christianity before Christ, also prophetically shadowed the teachings of the divine Plato. Lactantius wrote in his Divine Institutes in the context of the rather superficially Christianized Empire of Constantine, and his apologetics in that work are directed towards persuading pagans to become Christians by emphasizing how much in paganism is close to Christianity, or prophetic of Christianity. Between Lactantius and Augustine, there had taken place the pagan reaction under the apostate emperor Julian, with its attempt to drive out the new upstart religion by a return to the philosophical religion of the world and to the mystery cults. In his Hymn to Helios, Julian worships the sun as the supreme god, the image of the intelligible good, and he says there are also in the heavens a multitude of other gods. For as he, the sun, divides the three spheres by 4 through the zodiac, so he divides the zodiac also into 12 divine powers, and again he divides every one of these 12 by 3, so as to make 36 gods in all. Throughout Origen's reply to Celsus, it is evident how large a part Egyptianism has played in the type of Neoplatonic religion which came back in the pagan reaction. Celsus argues about how much one may learn from the Egyptians, and Origen quotes the following passage from his lost work. They, the Egyptians, say that the body of man has been put under the charge of 36 daemons, or ethereal gods of some sort. Each daemon is in charge of a different part, and they know the names of the daemons in the local dialect, such as Chinauman, Chauman, Kanat, Sikat, Biao, Ero, Eribao, Ramanamor, and Rianar, and all the other names which they use in their language, and by invoking these they heal the sufferings of the various parts. What is there to prevent anyone from paying honor both to these and to others if he wishes, so that we can be in good health rather than ill, and have good rather than bad luck, and be delivered from tortures and punishments? To this, Origen replies, by these remarks, Celsus is trying to drag our souls down to the daemons, as though they had obtained charge over our bodies. He has such a low opinion of paying an undivided and indivisible honor to the God of the universe that he does not believe that the only God who is worshipped and splendidly honored is sufficient to grant the man who honors him, in consequence of the actual worship he offers to him, a power which prevents the attack of the daemons against the righteous person. For he has never seen how, when the formula in the name of Jesus is pronounced by true believers, it has healed not a few people from diseases and demonic possession and other distresses. According to Celsus, we might practice magic and sorcery rather than Christianity, and believe in an unlimited number of daemons rather than in the self-evident and manifest supreme God. Writing after the pagan reaction, Augustine cannot help accept Lactantius' hopeful view of Hermes Trismegistus as the holy prophet of Christianity, and utters his warning against the demon worship of the Asclepius. Yet even Augustine lent his support to the colossal misdating of that work, by which Hermes appears as prophesying the coming of Christianity, though he had this knowledge through the demons. Believing in the immense antiquity of the Corpus Hermeticum and the Asclepius, and following Lactantius' estimate of their holy and divine character, the pious Christian, Ficino, returns in his study of them not, as he thinks, to the antiquity of a Priscus Theologus, who prophetically saw into Christian truth and authorized the practice of magic, but to the type of pagan philosophical gnosis with the Egyptianizing and magical tendencies which characterized the anti-Christian reaction under Julian the Apostate. The type of magic with which we are to be concerned differs profoundly from astrology, which is not necessarily magic at all, but a mathematical science based on the belief that human destiny is irrevocably governed by the stars, and that therefore, from the study of a person's horoscope, the position of the stars at the time of his birth, one can foretell his irrevocably foreordained future. This magic is astrological only in the sense that it too bases itself upon the stars, their images, and influences, but it is a way of escaping from astrological determinism by gaining power over the stars, guiding their influences in the direction which the operator desires. Or, in the religious sense, it is a way of salvation, of escape from material fortune and destiny, or of obtaining insight into the divine. Hence, astrological magic is not a correct description of it, and hereafter, for want of a better term, I shall call it astral magic. It is in a very timid, hesitating, and cautious manner that Ficino embarks on a mild form of astral magic, attempting to alter and to escape from his Saturnian horoscope by capturing, guiding towards himself more fortunate astral influences. Yet this comparatively harmless attempt at astral medical therapy was to open a floodgate with which an astonishing revival of magic poured out all over Europe. Chapter 4. Ficino's Natural Magic. Ficino, whose father was a physician, was himself a physician as well as a priest, and his Libre de Vita, divided into 3 books and first published in 1489, is a treatise on medicine. It was absolutely inevitable that a medical treatise of the Middle Ages or the Renaissance should make use of the astrological presuppositions universally taken for granted. Medical prescriptions were normally based on assumptions, such as that the signs ruled different parts of the body, that different bodily temperaments were related to different planets. Much of Ficino's book could therefore be regarded, as he claimed, as normal medicine. Nevertheless, he was also putting forward in it a subtle and imaginative kind of magic involving the use of talismans. He was nervously aware of possible dangers in this, and in his preliminary address, he tells the readers that if you do not approve of astronomical images, these may be omitted. The work is intended primarily for students who are liable, through over-intense application to their studies, to grow ill or melancholy. This is because the nature of their occupation brings them under the influence of Saturn, for contemplation and hard abstract study belong to Saturn, who is also the planet of the melancholy temperament, and the star which is inimical to the vital forces of fife and youth. Melancholy students who have used up their vital powers in their studies, and the old in whom these forces are in any case declining, are therefore advised to avoid as far as possible plants, herbs, animals, stones, and the like belonging to Saturn, and to use and surround themselves with plants, herbs, animals, stones, people belonging to the more fortunate, cheerful, and oof-giving planets, of which the chief are Sol, Jupiter, and Venus. Ficino has had many enthusiastic passages on the valuable gifts making for health and good spirits to be determined from these planets, which he poetically describes more than once as the 3 graces. The equation of beneficent astral influences with the 3 graces may be derived from a passage in the Emperor Julian's Hymn of the Sun. Gold is a metal full of solar and jovial spirit, and therefore beneficial in combating melancholy. Green is a health-giving and life-giving color, and the reader is urged to come to Alma Venus and to walk in the green fields with her, plucking her flowers, such as roses, or the crocus, the golden flower of Jupiter. Ficino also gives advice on how to choose a non-Saturnian diet, and thinks that the use of pleasant odors and scents is beneficial. We might be in the consulting room of a rather expensive psychiatrist who knows that his patients can afford plenty of gold and holidays in the country and flowers out of season. Talismans are not mentioned until the 3rd book, which is the one that has the title De Vita Coeletas Comprananda. its first chapter opens with some obscure philosophy. It is clearly enough based on the well-known tripartite division of intellect, soul, and body. But apart from that, it is somewhat confusing. There is an intellect of the world and a body of the world, and between them is the soul of the world. In the divine mens, or intellect, are the ideas. In the soul of the world are seminal reasons, as many in number as there are ideas in the mens, and corresponding to them, or reflecting them, to these seminal reasons in the world there correspond the species in matter, or in the body of the world, which correspond to the reasons or depend on them, or are formed by them. If these material forms degenerate, they could be reformed in the middle place, presumably by manipulating the next highest forms on which they depend. There are congruities between the reasons in the soul of the world and lower forms, which Zoroaster called divine links and synesius, magical spells. These links depend not so much on stars and demons as on the soul of the world, which is present everywhere. Wherefore the more ancient Platonists formed images in the heavens, images of the 48 constellations, 12 in the zodiac and 36 outside of it. Images are also of the 36 faces of the zodiac. From these ordered forms depend the forms of inferior things. Ficino states in the subtitle to the Liber de Vita Coelitus Comparanda that it is a commentary on a book on the same subject by Plotinus. He does not specify here of what passage in the Aeneads he is thinking, but P.O. Christeller has observed that in one manuscript the De Vita Coelitus Comparanda appears among the commentaries on Plotinus at Aeneid 4:3-9. Plotinus here says, I think that those ancient sages who sought to secure the presence of divine beings by the erection of shrines and statues shows insight into the nature of the all. They perceived that, though this soul of the world is everywhere tractable, its presence will be secured all the more readily when an appropriate receptacle is elaborated, a place especially capable of receiving some portion or phrase of it, something reproducing it, and serving like a mirror to catch an image of it. It belongs to the nature of the all to make its entire content reproduce, most felicitously, the reason principles in which it participates. Every particular thing is the image within matter of a reason principle, which itself images a prematerial reason principle. Thus, every particular entity is linked to that divine being in whose likeness it is made. We seem to have here the two main topics of which Ficino is speaking, but put in a different order, which makes the thought sequence a little clearer. 1. How the ancient sages, who understood the nature of the all, drew down divine beings into then shrines by attracting or securing a part of the soul of the world. This corresponds to Ficino's mention of magic links or spells described by Zoroaster or Synesius, which are congruities between reasons in the soul of the world and lower forms. Ficino follows this by the mention of star images, as though these were a part of the magical linking systems, and indeed stating that from the ordering of these celestial images the forms of lower things depend. 2. The outline of Neoplatonic theory, which Ficino puts before the allusion to magic, and Plotinus after it, of the reflection of the ideas in the divine intellect in their images or forms in the soul of the world, whence they are again reflected, through the intermediaries in the soul of the world, in material forms. What would make sense of Ficino's introduction of the reference to celestial images in his commentary on the Plotinus passage would be if he thinks that such images are in some way organically related to those seminal reasons, or reason principles in the soul of the world, which are reflection in that middle place of the ideas in the divine mind. Hence, such images would become forms of the ideas, or ways of approaching the idea at a stage intermediary between their purely intellectual forms in the divine mens and their dimmer reflection in the world of sense, or a body of the world. Hence, it was by manipulating such images in this intermediary middle place that the ancient sages knew how to draw down a part of the soul of the world into their shrines. There is, further, in Ficino's words, the notion that the material forms in the world of sense can be, as it were, reformed when they have degenerated by manipulation of the higher images on which they depend. In his analysis of this passage, E. Garin has denned that this process as the imitation or reconstruction of the higher images in such a way that the divine influences are recaptured and reconducted into the deteriorated sensible forms. Thus, the priestly magus plays a semi-divine role, maintaining by his understanding of the use of images of the circuit which unites the highest divine world with the soul of the world and world of sense. In his article on Icons Symbolicae, E. H. Gombrich has analyzed the mode of thought so difficult for a modern to understand, by which, for a Renaissance Neoplatonist, an ancient image, one which reached him from traditions going back, so he believed, into a remote past, did actually have within it the reflection of an idea. An ancient image of justice was not just a picture, but actually contained within it some echo, taste, substance of the divine idea of justice. This helps us to understand the way in which Ficino thinks of these star images descending from the more ancient Platonists, though in the case of such images, the relation to the idea is even closer through the cosmology of mens, anima mundi, corpus mundi, in which the images have a definitive place. Thus, Ficino's commentary on the Platonius passage becomes, by devious ways, a justification for the use of talismans and of the magic of the Asclepius on Neoplatonic grounds, on the grounds that the ancient sages and modern users of talismans are not invoking devils, but have a deep understanding of the nature of the all, and the degrees by which the reflection of the divine ideas descend into the world here below. As D.P. Walker has pointed out at the end of the De Vita Coelitas Comparanda, Ficino returns to the commentary on the Platonius passage with which he had begun the book, and now he states that Platonius in that passage was merely imitating or repeating what Hermes Trismegistus had said in his Asclepius. This means that the De Vita Coelitas Comparanda is a commentary only secondary on Platonius and primarily on Trismegistus, or rather, on the passage in the Asclepius in which he describes the magical Egyptian worship. When any piece of matter is exposed to superior things, immediately it suffers a supernatural influence, though that most powerful agent of marvelous force and life which is everywhere present, as a mirror reflects a face or echo the sound of a voice. Of this, Platonius gives an example when, imitating Mercurius, he says things that the ancient priest or magi used to introduce something divine and wonderful into their statues and sacrifices. He, Platonius, holds, together with Trismegistus, that they did not introduce through these things spirits separated from matter, that is, demons, but mundana noumena, as I said in the beginning, and Synesius agrees. Mercurius himself, who Platonius follows, says that he composed through aerial demons, not through celestial or higher demons, statues from herbs, trees, stones, aromatics having within them a natural divine power, as he says. There were skillful Egyptian priests who, when they could not persuade men by reason that there are gods, that in some spirit above men invented that illicit magic which by enticing demons into statues made them appear to be gods. I at first thought that, following the opinion of the blessed Thomas Aquinas, that if they made statues that could speak, this could not have been only through stellar influences, but through demons. But now let us return to Mercurius and to Plotinus. Mercurius says that the priests drew suitable virtues from the nature of the world and mixed these together. Plotinus follows him and thinks that all can be easily conciliated in the soul of the world, for it generates and moves the forms of natural things through certain seminal reasons infused with its divinity, which reasons he calls gods, for they are not separated from the ideas in the supreme mind. An interpretation of this passage is that Ficino used to agree with Thomas Aquinas, who explicitly condemns as demonic the magic in the Asclepius, but since he has read Plotinus's commentary, he understands that, though there may have been bad Egyptian priests who used demonic magic, Hermes Trismegistus was not one of them. His power came only from the world, from his insight into the nature of the all, as a hierarchy in which the influence of the ideas descends from the intellect of the world, through the seminal reasons of the soul of the world, to the material forms in the body of the world. Hence, celestial images would have their power from the world, not from demons, being something in the nature of shadows of ideas, intermediaries in the middle place between intellect and body, links in the chains by which the Neoplatonic magus operates his magic and marries higher things into lower things. Thus the magic of the Asclepius, reinterpreted through Plotinus, enters with Ficino's De Vitae Coeletus Comparanda into the Neoplatonic philosophy of the Renaissance, and moreover, into Ficino's Christian Neoplatonism. The latter feat necessitated, as we have seen, much ingenious evasion of authoritative Christian pronouncements. When Ficino wrote the De Vita Coelitus Comparanda, he had perhaps recently been reading Origen against Celsius, which he cites in chapter 21, and where he might have noticed the quotation from Celsus, where the pagan accuses the Christians of mocking the Egyptians, although they show many profound mysteries and teach that such worship in the Egyptian magical religion is respect to invisible ideas and not, as most people think, to ephemeral animals. Eager to snatch at anything in favor of his hero, the holy Hermes Trismegistus, Ficino might have been encouraged by Origen's reply to this. My good man, you commend the Egyptians with good reason for showing many mysteries which are not evil, and obscure explanations about their animals. Nevertheless, the context in which this remark is made is less encouraging, and Origen's whole effort was directed towards refuting Celsus' view of the history of religion, which was that an ancient good religious tradition, of which the Egyptians were an example, had been corrupted, first by the Jews, and then still further destroyed by the Christians. Ficino's magic is based on the theory of spiritus, which has been admirably denned by D.P. Walker, to whose book the reader is referred for a full and scholarly discussion of this subject. Ficino bases the theory of how we are to draw down the life of heaven upon the spiritus as the channel through which the influence of the stars is diffused. Between the soul of the world and its body, there is a spiritus mundi which is infused throughout the universe, and through the stellar influences come down to man, who drinks in them through his own spirit, and to the whole corpus mundi. The spiritus is a very fine and subtle substance, and it was of this which Virgil spoke when he said, Spiritus intus alit totamquec infusa per artus mens agetat molem set magno se corporore miscet. It is to attract the spiritus of a particular planet that animals, plants, foods, scents, colors, and so on associated with that planet are to be used. The spiritus is borne upon the air and upon the wind, and it is a kind of very fine air and also very fine heat. It is particularly through the rays of the sun and of Jupiter that our spirit drinks the spirit of the world. Now there is nothing about the spiritus theory in the passage in the Aeneads which seems to be the chief basis of Ficino's commentary, and though it may be obscurely referred to elsewhere by Platonius, I have not been able to find in that philosopher any such clear-cut definition of the spiritus mundi as the vehicle of stellar influences and the basis of magical operations, such as Ficino seems to be working from. Where he could have found such a clear-cut theory, and specifically in relation to practical magic and to talismans, was in the Picatrix. As we saw in the last chapter, the theory of magic in that work depends on the series intellectus, spiritus, materia, the material of lower things being intimately related to the spiritus material of the stars. Magic consists in guiding or controlling the influx of spiritus into materia, and one of the most important ways of doing this is through talismans. For a talisman is a material object into which the spiritus of a star has been introduced and which stores the spiritus. This theory of pneumatic magic Ficino could have studied in Picatrix, together with the fists of things which attract spiritus, full instructs for making talismans, and fists of images for using on talismans. The possibility that Ficino may have used Picatrix is increased by the similarity of some of the images which he describes to some of those in Picatrix. Ficino's images are mostly in chapter 28 of the De Vita Coelitus Caparanda. After mentioning the images of the signs of the zodiac, he says that there are also images of the faces of the signs drawn from the Indians, Egyptians, and Chaldeans. Lists of deacon images do come from these sources, as for example, in the first face of Virgo, a beautiful girl seated with ears of corn in her hand and nursing a child. This deacon image in this actual form with the child is drawn not from Picatrix, but from Albumazar, whom Ficino mentions as a source. It is the only deacon image which he describes. All his other images are planet images, and he is not sure whether it is right to use it. He then says that if you want to obtain gifts from Mercury, you should make his image on tin or silver, with the sign of Virgo and characters of Virgo and Mercury, and the deacon image for the first face of Virgo may be added if this is to be used. This talisman would thus consist of the image of Mercury, some signs, then characters, and perhaps the Virgo image with the child. Note that the talisman is not a medical talisman, but to obtain intellectual gifts from Mercury. To attain a long life, you may make the image of Saturn on a sapphire in this form: an old man sitting on a high throne or on a dragon, with a hood of dark linen on his head, raising his hand above his head, holding a sickle or a fish, clothed in a robe. Homo senex in altior cathedra sedens uel dracone caput tectus pano quadum lineo fusco manus supra caput erigens falcum manutactens aut pisces fusa inductas ueste. This image is close to one in Picatrix and contains elements from two others. Saturn images in Picatrix: forma hominis super altum cathedram elevatus, and in Eos capite panum lineum lotusum, and in Eos manu falsum tenetis forma hominis senex erecte suas manus super caput ipsuus erigentes, and in es pisam tenetias forma hominis super draconum erecti, in dextra manu falsum tenetias, in sinistra hastum habentes, e negres panis indueti. For a long and happy life, says Ficino, you may make on a white clear stone an image of Jupiter as a crowned man on an eagle or a dragon, clad in a yellow garment. Homo sedens super aquilam uel draconum coronatus, crocoiam indueto uestem. There is a very similar image of Jupiter in Picatrix. Forma hominis super aquialam omnia suis vestiamenta sunt croesia. For the curing of illnesses, Ficino advises the use of this image, a king on a throne in a yellow garment, and a crow in the form of the sun, rex in throno, croquea ueste, icurum solisque forman. The resemblance of this image to one in Picatrix is striking. Forma regis supra cathedram sedentes, and in sui capite coronam habentes et corum ante se, et infra eus pedes istas figuras. Magic characters. In Picatrix, this is not a medical talisman, as in Ficino, but will enable a king to overcome all other kings. For happiness and strength of body, Ficino advises an image of a young Venus, holding apples and flowers, and dressed in white and yellow. Veneris imaginem pulerem, poma floresque manu tententem, croeseas e albus induatam. The comparable Venus image in Picatrix is forma muerleris capilis expansis e super serum equintantes in eos manu dextra malum habentes in sinistra vero flores et eos vestos ex coloribus albus. An image of Mercury described by Ficino is a helmeted man sitting on a throne with eagle's feet, holding a cock or fire in his left hand. Homo sedens in throno galerantos cristantuesque pedibus aquilaninas sinistra gallum tenens aut ignem. A comparable Mercury image in Picatrix is forma hominis in eos capite gallum habentes, and supra cathedram erecti, e pedes simileres pedibus aquilae, and in palma sinistra manus ignum habentes. Ficino says that this image of Mercury is good for wit and memory, or if carved in marble, is good against fevers. The resemblances between Ficino's talismans and those in Picatrix are not absolutely conclusive evidence that he used that work. He knew and mentions other sources for images, and the gods on his talismans are mainly composed of their normal forms, such as Jupiter on an eagle or Venus with flowers and apples. Nevertheless, one does gain the impression that he had been looking through the chapter on planet images in Picatrix. What is interesting is that, on a whole, he seems to avoid deacon images, concentrating almost entirely on planet images. This was noticed by W. Gundel, the great authority on deacon images, who thinks that Ficino's partiality for planet images reflects a traditional rivalry between deacon and planet images, which Ficino decides in favor of the latter. Bei Ficinus ist die alte Rivalitat der großen System der Daken e der Planeten gläubigen Astrologie zugunsten der Planeten entschieden. One wonders if this choice was related to the avoidance of demonic magic, by avoiding the images of the deacon demons, and by using planet images, not to evoke the demons of the planets, but only as images of mundane gods, shadows of ideas in the soul of the world. The pious Neoplatonist could perhaps believe that he would be doing only a world magic, a natural magic with natural forces, not a demonic magic. Watching Ficino's anxieties and hesitations, one is amazed at the daring of these bold characters, beyond the Apennines, in Ferrara or in Padua, who did not fear to decorate the walls of their apartments with the images of the terrible 36. It is very strange to follow the convolutions and involutions of Ficino's mind in this chapter 28. Before he introduces his lists of planetary talismans, he had some curious remarks on the cross as a kind of talisman. The forces of the heavens is greatest when the celestial rays come down perpendicularly and at right angles, that is to say, in the form of a cross joining the 4 cardinal points. The Egyptians hence used the form of the cross, which to them also signified the future life, and they sculpted that figure on the breast of Serapis. Ficino, however, thinks that the use of the cross among the Egyptians was not so much an account of its power in attracting the gift of the stars, but as prophecy of the coming of Christ, made them by them unknowingly. Thus the sanctity of the Egyptians as prophets of Christianity through the use of the cross as a talisman comes as an appropriate introduction to the list of talismanic images. After this list, Ficino makes great play with the recommendation by doctors, particularly Peter of Abano, of the use of talismans in medicine. Then, after some references to Porphyry and Platonius, he comes to Albertus Magnus, described as professor of astrology and theology, who in his Speculum Astronomiae has distinguished between the false and true use of talismans. Next, he again worries over what Thomas Aquinas has said in the Contra Gentiles, finally reaching a position which he imagines is near to that of Thomas, namely that talismans have their power mainly from the materials of which they are made, not from the images. Yet, they are made under the influence of a harmony similar to the celestial harmony. This excites their virtue. In short, by devious means, Ficino has extracted his use of talismans from blame. I believe that he is thinking primarily of planetary talismans, and of these used not in a demonic manner, but as Walker has said, with spiritual magic, a magic using the spiritus mundi, to be attracted mainly through groupings of planets, metals, and so on, but also through the use of planetary talismans, which addresses the stars as world forces, or natural forces, and not as demons. Why, then, should we not permit ourselves a universal image, that is, an image of the universe itself, from which it might be hoped to attain much benefit from the universe? This cry comes at the beginning of chapter 19, after the long defense of planetary images used in a natural way in the preceding chapter. This universal image or figure of the world, mundi figura, may be made in brass combined with gold and silver. These are the metals of Jupiter, Sol, and Venus. It should be begun in an auspicious time when Sol enters the first degree of Aries. It should not be worked on the Sabbath, the day of Saturn. It should be completed in Venus to signify its absolute beauty. Colors as well as lines, or lineaments, should be inserted into the work. There are 3 universal and singular colors of the world, green, gold, and blue, dedicated to the 3 graces of heaven, which are Venus, Sol, and Jupiter. They judge, therefore, that in order to capture the gifts of the celestial graces, these 3 colors should be frequently used, and into the formula of the world which you are making should be inserted the blue color of the sphere of the world. They think that gold should be added to the precious work made like the heaven itself and the stars, and Vesta, or Ceres, and this is the earth, dressed in green. There is a good deal which I have not been able to understand in this description. The figure seems to refer to a new year as a new birthday of the world, or even to the first birthday of the world, the creation. Pico della Mirandola's heptaplus is mentioned. But in general, it may be said that the making of this magical or talismanic object belongs into the context of the Libre de Vita as a whole, which have all been concerned with various techniques for drawing down, or drinking in the influences of the sun, of Venus, of Jupiter, as health-giving, rejuvenating, anti-Saturnian powers. The object described or hinted at, for as the descriptions is very vague, would seem to be a model of the heavens constructed so as to concentrate on drawing down the fortunate influences of Sol, Venus, Jupiter. Certainly the colors of these planets are to predominate in it, and it may be probably be presumed that their images are depicted in it. The inclusion of Ceres in green as the earth is understandable, but Vesta is strange. Such an object, Ficino seems to say, may be worn or placed opposite to be looked at, suggesting that it is perhaps a metal, perhaps an elaborate jewel. He then says that the figure of the world may be constructed so as to reproduce the motion of the spheres, as was done by Archimedes, and has been done recently by a Florentine called Lorenzo. He is here referring to the astronomical clock made by Lorenzo della Volpaia for Lorenzo de' Medici, which contained representations of the planets. Such a figure of the world, says Ficino, is made not only to be gazed at, but to be meditated upon in the soul. It is obviously a different kind of object to the one previously hinted at. It is cosmic mechanism. Finally, someone may construct, or will construct, on the domed ceiling of the innermost cubicle of his house, where he mostly lives and sleeps, such a figure with the colors in it, and when he comes out of his house he will perceive not so much the spectacle of individual things, but the figure of the universe and its colors. I understand this to mean a painting on the ceiling of a bedroom, a painting which is also still a figure of the world, which perhaps still the figures of the three graces, the three fortunate planets, Sol, Venus, and Jupiter, predominating, and their colors of blue, gold, and green as the leading colors of the painting or fresco. These various forms of the figure of the world are thus artistic objects, which are to be used magically for the talismanic virtue. They are attempting to influence the world by favorable arrangements of celestial images, so as to draw down favorably influences and exclude non-favorable ones. In short, these unfortunately so vaguely hinted at works of art are functional, and they are made for a purpose, for magical use. By arranging the figure of the world and its celestial images with knowledge and skill, the magus controls the influence of the stars. Just as Hermes Trismegistus arranged the images in the city of Atocentine, which was planned as an image of the world, so as to regulate the astral influences on the inhabitants in such a way as to keep them healthy and virtuous, so Ficino's figures of the world would be calculated to regulate the influences in the direction indicated in the Libra de Vita, towards a predominance of solar, jovial, and venereal influences, and towards an avoidance of Saturn and Mars. The point in the description of the figures of the world to which I want to draw particular attention in view of later developments in this book is that these figures are not only to be looked at, but reflected or remembered within. The man who stares at the figure of the world on his bedroom ceiling, imprinting it and its dominating colors of the planets on memory, when he comes out of his house and sees innumerable individual things, is able to unify these through the images of a higher reality which he has within. This is the strange vision, or the extraordinary illusion, which was later to inspire Giordano Bruno's efforts to base memory on celestial images, on images which are shadows or ideas in the soul of the world, and thus to unify and organize in the innumerable individuals in the world and all the contents of memory. In his article on Botticelli's mythologies, E.H. Gombrich quotes a letter from Ficino to Lorenzo di Pier Francesco de' Medici, in which Ficino tells the young Lorenzo that he is giving him an immense present. For anyone who contemplates the heavens, nothing he sets his eyes upon seems immense, but the heavens themselves. If, therefore, I make you a present of the heavens themselves, what would be its price? Ficino goes on to say that the young man should dispose his luna, that is, his soul and body, in such a way as to avoid too much influence from Saturn and Mars, and to obtain favorable influences from the Sun, Jupiter, and Venus. If you thus dispose the heavenly signs and your gifts in this way, you will escape the threats of fortune, and under divine favor will five happy and free from cares. Gombrich discusses the primavera in relation to such a disposition of the stars, suggesting that the Mercury on the extreme left is a planetary image, raising and dismissing the possibility that the three graces might be Sol, Jupiter, and Venus, and emphasizing that the central figure is certainly a Venus. What I have now to suggest does not conflict with the general line of his approach. Surely, the immense present, which was a present of the heavens themselves, which Ficino sent to Pier Francesco, was a construction of a similar nature to that described in chapter 19 of the De Vita Coelitus Caparanda, on making a figure of the universe. It was an image of the world arranged so as to attract the favorable planets and to avoid Saturn. The present was probably not some actual object, but advice on how to make, internally in the soul or the imagination, such a figure of the world, and to keep the inner attention concentrated on its images, or possibly how to have a real object or talisman designed to be used for reflection in the mind. Though painted earlier than the De Vita Coelitus Caparanda was written, or at least published, Botticelli's Primavera is surely such an object, designed with such a purpose. Far be it from me to attempt yet another detailed interpretation of the figures in the Primavera. I want only to suggest that in the context of the study of Ficino's magic, the picture begins to be seen as a practical application of that magic, as a complex talisman, an image of the world, arranged so as to transmit only healthful, rejuvenating, anti-Saturnian influences to the beholder. Here, in visual form, is Ficino's natural magic, using grouping of trees and flowers, using only planetary images, and those only in relation to the world, not to attract demons, or as shadows of ideas in the Neoplatonic hierarchy. And whatever the figures on the right may represent mythologically, it is not the spiritus mundi which blows through them, blown from the puffed cheeks of the aerial spirit, made visible in the wind-blown folds of the draperies of the running figure. The spiritus, which is the channel for the influences of the stars, has been caught and stored in the magic talisman. How different is Botticelli's Alma Venus, with whom, as Ficino advises, we walk in the green and flowery meadows, drinking in the scented air, laden with spiritus. How different she is from the prim little talisman Venus, with an apple in one hand and flowers in the other. Yet her function is the same, to draw down from the venereal spirit from the star, and to transmit it to the wearer or beholder of her lovely image. Ficino's Orphic magic was a return to the ancient Priscus Theologus, like his talismanic magic, with its disguised or revised return to Hermes Trismegistus. Orpheus comes second after Trismegistus in the Ficinian lists of Prisci Theologi. The collection of hymns known as the Orphica, which was the main, though not the only source of Orphic hymns known to the Renaissance, dates probably from the 2nd or 3rd AD, and that is from roughly the same period as the Hermética. There were probably hymns used by some religious sect of the period. Their contents is usually to call upon a god, particularly the sun, by his various names, invoking his various powers, and there is more than a touch of the magical incantation in them. Ficino and his contemporaries believed that the Orphic hymns were by Orpheus himself and were of extreme antiquity, reflecting the religious singing of a Priscus Magus, who lived long before Plato. Ficino's revival of Orphic singing has deep importance to him because he believes he is returning to the practice of a most ancient theologian and one who foresaw the Trinity. It thus has underlying it the same type of historical error as that which was introduced his profound respect for the Hermética. Ficino used to sing the Orphic songs, accompanying himself probably on a lira da braccio. They were set to some kind of simple monodic music, which Ficino believed echoed the musical notes emitted by the planetary spheres, to form the music of the spheres of which Pythagoras spoke. Thus, one could sing sun hymns, or Jupiter hymns, or Venus hymns, attuned to those planets, and this, being reinforced by the invocation of their names and powers, was a way of drawing down their influences. The spiritist theory also lies beyond this vocal or aural magic, as it does behind the sympathetic and talismanic magic. The Orphic magic is thus exactly parallel to the talismanic magic. It is used for the same reasons, to draw down chosen stellar influences. Its medium or channel is again the spiritus. The only difference between the two magics is, of course, a basic one, is that one is visual, working with visual images, the talismans, whilst the other is aural and vocal, working through music and the voice. Walker thinks that the incantatory and aural magic, which is described in the De Vita Coelitus Caparanda, is really the same as the Orphic singing, though this is not expressly stated. The two branches of Ficino's magic, sympathetic magic with its natural groupings and talismans, and incantatory magic with hymns and invocations, are certainly both represented in that work. The incantatory magic raises the same problem as the talismanic magic, namely, it is a natural magic, addressed to the gods as powers of the world, or a demonic magic, invoking the demons of the stars. The answer here is probably the same as in the case of the talismanic magic, namely that Ficino regarded his incantations as purely natural magic. At least we have Pico della Mirandola's word for it that the Orphic singing is natural magic, for he calls it by this name in one of his Conclusions Orphicae. In natural magic, nothing is more efficacious than the hymns of Orpheus, if there be applied to them suitable music, and disposition of soul, and other circumstances known to the wise. And in another of his Orphic conclusions, Pico definitely states that the names of the gods, of which Orpheus sings, are not those of deceiving demons, but names of the natural and divine virtues, diffused throughout the world. To complete our view of Ficino's natural magic, we thus have to think of him drawing down the stellar influences by musical incantations, as well as by sympathetic arrangement of natural objects, talismans, exposing oneself to the air, and so on, for the spiritus is caught by planetary songs, accompaniment of suitable Orphic incantations, which help to infuse the spiritus into them. In spite of all his precautions, Ficino did not avoid getting into trouble for the Libra de Vitae, as we learned from his Apologia for that work. People had evidently been asking questions, such as, is not Marsilius a priest? What has a priest to do with medicine and astrology? What has a Christian to do with magic and images? Ficino counters by pointing out that in ancient times, priests always did medicine, mentioning Chaldean, Persian, and Egyptian priests, and that medicine is impossible without astrology, and that Christ himself was a healer. But above all, he emphasizes that there are two kinds of magic, one demonic magic, which is illicit and wicked, and the other natural magic, which is useful and necessary. The only kind of magic he has practiced or advised is the good and useful kind, magia naturalis. How elegant, how artistic, and refined is this modern natural magic. If we think of the Neoplatonic philosopher singing Orphic hymns, accompanying himself on his Lyra de Braccio, decorated with the figure of Orpheus taming the animals, and then compare this Renaissance version with the barbarous mutterings of some invocation in Picatrix, the contrast between the new magic and the old is painfully evident. Bedelas, de memes, adulex, mektukgayen, atian, fefex, uquazaz, gadix, sol, venecito, cum tuis spiritibus. How remote is the gibberish of this demonic invocation to soul in Picatrix from Ficino and his natural planetary songs. Or if we think of the flowers, jewels, scents with which Ficino's patients are advised to surround themselves, of the charmingly healthy and wealthy way of life which they are to follow, and compare this filthy and obscene substances, the stinking and disgusting mixtures recommended in Picatrix, the contrast is again most striking between the new elegant magic recommended by the fashionable physician and that old dirty magic. Again, it would seem that the primitive talismanic image might be expanded by Renaissance artists into figures of immortal beauty, figures in which classical form has been both recovered and transmuted into something new. And yet there is absolute continuity between the old magic and the new. Both rest on the same astrological presuppositions. Both use in their own methods the same grouping of natural substances. Both employ talismans and invocations. Both are pneumatic magic, believing in the spiritus as the channel of influence from the above to the below. Finally, both are integrated into an elaborate philosophical context. The magic of Picatrix is presented in a framework of philosophy, and Ficino's natural magic is fundamentally related to his Neoplatonism. We have, in short, to think of Renaissance magic as both in continuity with medieval magic, and also the transformation of that tradition into something new. The phenomenon is exactly parallel with that other phenomenon which Warburg and Saxel discovered and studied, namely, how the images of the gods were preserved through the Middle Ages in astrological manuscripts, reached the Renaissance in that barbarized form, and were then reinvested with classical form through the rediscovery and imitation of classical works of art. In the same way, astral magic comes down in the medieval tradition and is reinvested with classical form in the Renaissance through the rediscovery of Neoplatonic theurgy. Ficino's magic, with its hymns to the sun, is three graces in an astrological context. Its Neoplatonism is closer in outlook, practice, and classical form to the Emperor Julian than it is to the Picatrix. Yet the substance of it reached him through Picatrix, or some such similar textbook, and was transformed by him back into classical form through his Greek studies. One might say that the approach through the history of magic is perhaps as necessary for the understanding of the meaning and use of Renaissance work of art as is the approach through the history of the recovery of classical form for the understanding of its form. The three graces, to take this perennial example, regained their classical form through the recovery and imitation of the true classic form of the group. They perhaps had also regained their talismanic virtue through the Renaissance of magic. And yet, just as a pagan Renaissance work of art is not purely pagan, but retains Christian overtones or undertones, the classical example of this being Botticelli's Venus, who looks like a virgin, so it is also with Ficino's magic. This cannot be regarded as a purely medical practice, which he kept quite separate from his religion because, as D.P. Walker has emphasized, it was in itself a kind of religion. Walker has quoted a passage from Ficino's close disciple and imitator, Francesco da Diaceto, in which this comes out most clearly. Diaceto describes how one who wishes to acquire Solarian gifts should robe himself in a mantle of Solarian color, such as gold, and conduct a rite involving burning of incense made from solar plants, and before an altar on which is an image of the sun, for example, an image of the sun enthroned, crowned, and wearing a saffron cloak, likewise a raven and the figure of the sun. This is the solar talisman in the Divita Coelitas Caparenda, which we thought might be derived from Picatrix. Thus, anointed with unguents made from solar materials, he is to sing an Orphic hymn to the sun, invoking him as the divine Henad, as the mind, and as the soul. This is the Neoplatonic triad, under which the Emperor Julian worshipped the sun. As Walker says, the triad is not actually mentioned in the Divita Coelitas Caparenda, but it is alluded to by Platonius in that passage in the Aeneads, on which Ficino's work is a commentary, as an example of the hierarchy of the ideas. Diaceto's solar rites thus bring out something which is implicit in the Divita Coelitas Caparenda, and they probably reflect Ficino's own practices. If so, Ficino's magic was a religious magic, a revival of the religion of the world. How could a pious Christian reconcile such a revival with his Christianity? No doubt, the Renaissance religious syncretism by which the Neoplatonic triad was connected with the Trinity would account for regarding sun worship theoretically and historically as a religion having affinities with Christianity, but this would hardly account for the revival of it as a religious cult. The moving force behind this revival was probably, as Walker has suggested, Ficino's deep interest in the Egyptian magical religion described in the Asclepius. It was on this, and only secondarily on Platonius, that the Divita Coelitas Caparenda was a commentary, seeking to justify it by finding a natural and Neoplatonic basis for it. By the time the Libra Divita was published in 1489, Hermes Trismegistus would have been safely ensconced inside the Duomo at Siena, proudly displaying the quotation from his Asclepius, in which he prophesied the Son of God and being urged to take up against the Egyptian laws and letters. Lactantius has much to answer for it was his interpretation of Trismegistus as a holy Gentile prophet, which Ficino adopted, and which he thought that he found marvelously confirmed in the Pomander. And it is this which may have encouraged him to take up magical religion, which he did not do, as we have seen, without much fear and trembling and anxious avoidance of demons. When Hermes Trismegistus entered the church, the history of magic became involved with the history of religion in the Renaissance. Chapter 5. Pico della Mirandola and Kabbalist Magic. Pico della Mirandola, contemporary of Ficino, though younger, began his philosophical career under Ficino's influence, and imbibed from Ficino his enthusiasm for magia naturalis, which he accepted and recommended much more forcibly and openly than did Ficino. But Pico is chiefly important in the history of Renaissance magic because he added to the natural magic another kind of magic, which was to be used with the magica naturalis as complementary to it. The other kind of magic which Pico added to the equipment of the Renaissance magus was practical Kabbalah, or Kabbalist magic. This was a spiritual magic, not spiritual in the sense of using only the natural spiritus mundi, like natural magic, but in the sense that it attempted to tap the higher spiritual powers, beyond the natural powers of the cosmos. Practical Kabbalah invokes angels, archangels, the 10 Sephiroth, which are names or powers of God, God himself, by means some of which are similar to other magical procedures, but more particularly through the power of the sacred Hebrew language. It is thus a much more ambitious kind of magic than Ficino's natural magic, and one which it would be impossible to keep apart from religion. For the Renaissance mind, which loved symmetrical arrangements, there was a certain parallelism between the writings of Hermes Trismegistus, the Egyptian Moses, and Kabbalah, which was a Jewish mystical tradition supposed to have been handed down orally from Moses himself. In common with all Kabbalists, Pico firmly believed in this extreme antiquity of the Kabbalistic teachings as going right back to Moses, as a secret doctrine which Moses had imparted to some initiates who had handed it on, and which unfolded mysteries not fully explained by the patriarch in Genesis. The Kabbalah is not, I believe, ever called a Prisca Theologica, for this term applied to Gentile sources of ancient wisdom, and this was more sacred wisdom, being Hebrew wisdom. And since, for Pico, Kabbalah confirmed the truth of Christianity, Christian Kabbalah was a Hebrew Christian source of ancient wisdom, and one which he found it most valuable and instructive to compare with Gentile ancient wisdoms, and above all that of Hermes Trismegistus, who particularly lent himself to Pico's essays in comparative religion, because he was so closely parallel to Moses, as the Egyptian lawgiver and author of the inspired Egyptian Genesis, the Pimander. Looking at the Hermetic writings and at Kabbalah with the eyes of Pico, certain symmetries begin to present themselves to our enraptured gaze. The Egyptian lawgiver had given utterance to wonderful mystical teachings, including an account of creation in which he seemed to know something of what Moses knew. With this body of mystical teaching there went a magic, the magic of the Asclepius. In Kabbalah, too, there was a marvelous body of mystical teaching derived from the Hebrew lawgiver, and new light on the Mosaic mysteries of creation. Pico lost himself in these wonders, in which he saw the divinity of Christ verified. And with Kabbalah, too, there went a kind of magic, practical Kabbalah. Hermeticism and Kabbalism also corroborated one another on a theme which was fundamental for them both, namely the creation by the Word. The mysteries of the Hermetica are mysteries of the Word, or the Logos. In the Pimander, it was by the luminous Word, the Son of God, issuing from the No, that the creative act was made. In Genesis, God spoke to form the created world, and since he spoke in Hebrew, this is why for the Kabbalist, the words and letters of the Hebrew tongue are subject for endless mystical meditations, and why, for the practical Kabbalist, they contain magical power. Lactantius may have helped to cement the union between Hermetism and Christian Kabbalism on this point, for, after quoting from the Psalm, "By the word of God were the heavens made," and from St. John, "In the beginning was the Word," he adds that this is supported from the Gentiles. For Trismegistus, who by some means or other searched into almost all truth, often described the excellence and the majesty of the Word, and he acknowledged that there is an ineffable and sacred speech, the relation of which exceeds the measure of man's ability. The marrying together of Hermetism and Kabbalism, of which Pico was the instigator and founder, was to have momentous results, and the subsequent Hermetic Kabbalist tradition, ultimately stemming from him, was of most far-reaching importance. It could be purely mystical, developing Hermetic and Kabbalist meditations on creation and on man into immensely complex labyrinths of religious speculation involving numerological and harmonic aspects into which Pythagoreanism was absorbed. But it also had its magical side, and here too Pico was the founder, who first united the Hermetic and Kabbalist types of magic. It was in 1486 that the young Pico della Mirandola went to Rome with his 900 theses, or points drawn from all philosophies, which he offered to prove in public debate to be all reconcilable with one another. According to Thorndike, these theses showed that Pico's thinking was largely colored by astrology, and that he was favorable to natural magic, and that he had a penchant for such occult and esoteric literature as the Orphic hymns, Chaldean oracles, and Jewish Kabbalah, and also the writings of Hermes Trismegistus. The great debate never took place, and the theologians raised an outcry over some of these theses, necessitating an apology or defense which was published in 1487, together with the most of the oration on the dignity of man, with which the debate was to have opened. That oration was to echo and re-echo throughout the Renaissance, and it is, indeed, the great charter of Renaissance magic, of the new type of magic introduced by Ficino and completed by Pico. In the following pages, I shall be using Pico's theses, or conclusions, in his apology, and also the oration. My objects are strictly limited. First, I shall draw out what Pico says about magia or magia naturalis, endeavoring to determine what he means by this. Secondly, to show that Pico distinguishes between theoretical Kabbalah and practical Kabbalah, the latter being Kabbalist magic. And thirdly, to prove that Pico thinks that magia naturalis needs to be supplemented by practical Kabbalah, without which it is but a weak force. These three objectives overlap with one another, and it may not always be possible to keep the different threads distinct. And I must add that, though I am certain that by practical Kabbalah, Pico means Kabbalist magic, I shall not be able to elucidate what procedures he used for this, since this is a matter for Hebrew specialists to investigate. Amongst Pico's 900 theses, there are 26 conclusions magicae. These are partly on natural magic and partly on Kabbalist magic. I select here some of these on natural magic. The first of the magical conclusions is as follows: Tota magia, quae in usa est apud modernos, in quam merito exterminat ecclesiasia, nullum habet ferminitatem, nullum fundamentum, nullam uertium quae pendat ex manu hostium, primae urietatis, protestatum, haurum, tenebrarum, quae tenebras, falsitetias, male, dispositas, intelligidibus, obfudant. All modern magic, announces Pico in this first conclusion, is bad, groundless, the work of the devil, and rightly condemned by the Church. This sounds uncompromisingly against magic as used in Pico's time. Modern magic. But magicians always introduce their subject by stating that, though there are bad and diabolical magics, their kind of magic is not of that nature. And I think that by modern magic, Pico does not mean the new style, natural magic, but medieval and unreformed magics. For his next conclusion begins, Magia naturalis licta est, e non prohibita. There is, then, a good magic, an allowable magic, which is not forbidden, which is tenagnia naturalis. What does Pico understand by tenagnia naturalis? In the third conclusion, he states that magia est pars practica scientia naturalis. In the fifth, that nulla est uertus in coelo aut intera seminatelitar e separata quam an iectaquare e uniare magus non possit. And in the 13th, that magica omperenare non est aliud quam meritare mundum. It is clear, I think, from these three conclusions, that by the illicit natural magic, Pico means that the establishing of these links between earth and heaven by the right use of natural substances, in accordance with the principles of sympathetic magic, and since such links would be inefficacious without the higher link of the talisman, or the star image made efficacious with natural spiritus, the use of talismans must, or so I would think, be included in the methods by which Pico's natural magus unites virtues in heaven with those on earth, or marries the world, which is another way of putting the same notion. That Pico's natural magic did not rest entirely on the arrangement of the natural substances is, moreover, proved from the 24th conclusion. Ex secretationes philosophiae principis necessae est confiteri plus posse charactares e figuras e opere magico quam possit quaecunque qualitatas materialis. This is a definitive statement that it is not the material substances which have the most power, not the materials of which an object used in magic is made, but the actual magic characters and figures which are the most operative. He does not here use the word imagines, the correct term for talismanic images, but charactares are those magic characters illustrated in works like Picatrix, and which are used as well as the talismanic image on some of the talismans quoted by Ficino. I am not sure whether figures can ever mean images, or whether these are two in the nature of characters. But what is certain is that Pico is saying that it is the magical signs which are operative. Therefore, his natural magic is more than the arrangement of natural substances and includes such magical signs. In his Apologia, Pico repeated the conclusions about the badness of bad magic and the goodness of his natural magic, which is the uniting or marrying of things in heaven with things on earth, adding that these two definitions about the uniting and marrying underlie or are implied in all his other magical conclusions, particularly the one about the characters and figures. He emphasized that the good natural magic which marries earth to heaven is all done naturally, by venutes naturales, and that the activity of the magical characters and figures used is also a natural activity. In short, he is, I would think, trying to make it very clear that magia, which he advocates, is not a demonic magic, but a natural magic. Pico's natural magic is, therefore, it would seem, probably the same as Ficino's magic, using natural sympathies, but also magical images and signs, though on the understanding that this is to attract natural power, not demonic power. It is indeed possible that there are echoes of Pico's apology for his natural magic in Ficino's apology for the Libre de Vita, published 2 years later. Another link between Ficino's and Pico's magics is in the latter's recommendation of Orphic incantations, regarded as natural magic. In his second Orphic conclusion, Pico states, already quoted, that in natural magic, nothing is more efficacious than the hymns of Orpheus, if there be applied to them a suitable music and disposition of soul, and other circumstances known to the wise. And in the third Orphic conclusion, he guarantees that the Orphic magic is not demonic. The names of the gods of which Orpheus sings are not those of deceiving demons, for whom comes evil and not good, but are names of natural and divine virtues, distributed throughout the world by the true God for the great advantage of man, if he knows how to use them. It therefore seems that natural magus, as envisaged by Pico, would use the same kind of methods as the Ficinian natural magic, natural sympathies, natural Orphic incantations, magic signs, and images naturally interpreted. Amongst these procedures would almost certainly be the use of the talisman, as Ficino interpreted it. Pico moved in the same world of imagery as Ficino, as his commentary on Beneveni's Canzone d'Amore shows, and the three graces in his medal should perhaps be understood, at bottom, as in the nature of a Neoplatonized talismanic image against Saturn. In the oration on the dignity of man, which was said to have opened the debate on the conclusions which never took place, Pico repeated all his main themes about magic, that magic is double, one kind being the work of demons, the other a natural philosophy, that the good magic works by sympathetica, though knowing the mutual rapports running through all nature, the secret charms by which one thing can be drawn to another thing, so that, as the peasant marries the vines to the elm, so the magus marries earth to heaven, that is to say, the forces of interior things to the gifts and properties of supernatural things. And this meditation on the marvelous powers of man, the magus, opens with the words of Hermes Trismegistus to Asclepius: Magnum o Asclepi, miraculum est homo. That was the text for the whole sermon, and one which puts Pico's natural magic into the context of the magic of the Asclepius. But instead of muffling, like Ficino, the connection with the Asclepius under layers of commentary on Platonius, or rather misleading quotations from Thomas Aquinas, Pico in these opening words boldly throws down the gauntlet, as though to say, it is the magic of the Asclepius that I am really talking about, and in glory in man the magus, as described by Hermes Trismegistus. However, natural magic, according to Pico, is but a weak thing, and no really efficacious magic can be done with it, unless Kabbalist magic is added to it. Nulla potest esse apparatio magica alusucius efficii nisi annexum habecat opus Kabbalae explicitum ucle implicitum. So runs the 15th of the magical conclusions, a severe and uncompromising statement, which really knocks out Ficino's magic as fundamentally ineffective because he did not use the higher forces. Nulla nomini ut significatui, and in quantum nomini sunt singula and persumpta in magico opere uertutum habere possunt, nisi sint habriacae uel inde proxime derutai. This 20-second magical conclusion is hard on a poor magician who is weak in Hebrew, like Ficino, who only knew a few words of this language. Opus precedentum hymenorum, i.e., the Orphic hymns, nullum est sine opere Kabbalae, cuius est proprium practicare omnem quantitatem formulaem cantutorum and discretatum. Even the Orphic singing, Ficino's pride and joy, is no good for a magical operation without Kabbalah, according to this 21st century Orphic conclusion. These cruel statements by the better equipped young magician are, as I think, an absolute guarantee that Ficino's natural magic was not demonic as he claimed, too pious and careful an attempt. The Kabbalah, as it developed in Spain and in the Middle Ages, had as its basis the doctrine of the 10 Sephiroth and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The doctrine of the Sephiroth is laid down in the Book of Creation, or Sefer Yetzirah, and it is constantly referred to throughout as the Zohar, the mystical work written in Spain in the 13th century, which embodies the traditions of Spanish Kabbalism of that time. The Sephiroth are the 10 names most common to God, and in their entirety, they form his one great name. They are the creative names which God called into the world, and the created universe is the external development of these forces alive in God. This creative aspect of the Sephiroth involves them in a connection with cosmology, and there is a relationship between the Sephiroth and the 10 spheres of the cosmos, composed of the spheres of the 7 planets, the sphere of fixed stars, and the higher spheres beyond these. A striking feature of Kabbalism is the importance assigned to angels or divine spirits as intermediaries throughout this system, arranged in hierarchies and corresponding to other hierarchies. There are also bad angels, or demons, whose hierarchies correspond to those of their good opposites. The theosophical system of the universe, on which the infinite subtleties of Kabbalist mysticism are based in its connection with the scriptures, though elaborate mystical interpretations of the words and letters of the Hebrew text, particularly the book Genesis, on which large parts of the Zohar are commentary. The Hebrew alphabet, for the Kabbalist, contains the name or the names of God. It reflects the fundamental spiritual nature of the world and the creative language of God. Creation from the point of view of God is the expression of his hidden self that gives itself a name, the holy name of God, the perpetual act of creation. In contemplating the letters of the Hebrew alphabet and their configurations as constituents of God's name, the Kabbalist is contemplating both God himself and his works through the power of the name. The two branches of Spanish Kabbalism are thus based on the name or names. They are complementary to each other and intermingled. One branch is called the path of the Sephiroth, the other the path of the names. An expert practitioner of the path of the names was the 13th century Spanish Jew, Abraham Abulafia, who developed a most complex technique of meditation through a system of combining the Hebrew letters in endless varieties of permutations and combinations. Though Kabbalah is primarily a mysticism, a way of trying to know God, there is also a magic which goes with it, which can be used mystically or subjectively on oneself, a kind of self-hypnosis as an aid to contemplation. And G. Shlolem thinks that this was how Abu Lafia used it. Or it can be developed into an operative magic, using the power of the Hebrew language or the powers of the angels invoked by it to perform magical works. I am speaking, of course, from the point of view of a mystical believer in magic, like Pico della Mirandola. The Kabbalists evolved many angelic names unknown to the scriptures, which mentions only Gabriel, Raphael, and Michael. By adding to a root term describing the angel's specific function a suffix such as El or Ia, representing the name of God, and such angelic names invoked or inscribed on talismans had power. Abbreviations of Hebrew words by the method of notarikon, or transpositions or anagrams of words by the method of Temuria, were also potent. One of the most complicated of the methods used in practical Kabbalah, or Kabbalist magic, was gematria, which was based on the numerical values assigned to each Hebrew letter, involving a mathematics of extreme intricacy, and by which, when words were calculated into numbers and numbers into words, the entire organization of the world could be read off in terms of word numbers, or the number of the heavenly hosts could be exactly calculated as amounting to 301,655,172. The word-number equation is, like all these methods, not necessarily magic and can be purely mystical, but it was an important feature of practical Kabbalah through its association with the names of angels. There are, for example, 72 angels through whom the Sephiroth themselves can be approached or invoked by one who knows their names and numbers. Invocations must always be made in the Hebrew tongue, but there are also silent invocations to be made merely by arranging or displaying Hebrew words, letters, signs, or signacula. Among the eager activities which Pico undertook for his total synthesis of all knowledge, made at the page is blank from here, which would correspond to the Catholic philosophy done with revolving alphabets mentioned in the conclusion on speculative Kabbalah. And he now says that this art is like that which is called amongst us ars Raimundi, that is, the art of Raymond Lull, though its procedures are not quite the same. And the second of the two sciences to be honored with the name of Kabbalah is concerned with the powers of those higher things which are above the moon and it is supreme part of natural magic. He then repeats the two definitions. The first of these two sciences is the ars combinandi, which I called in my conclusions a revolving alphabet. The second is about one way of capturing the powers of superior things, another way of doing things, which is by natural magic. He adds that Kabbalah, in its original meaning, does perhaps not quite apply to both these sciences, but through transumption, they may be both given the name. So far as I am able to understand him, therefore, Pico divides Kabbalah into two main branches. One is the ars combinandi, which is probably derived from the letter combinatory mysticism of Abraham Abufilab, and which Pico thinks is somewhat similar to the art of Raymond Lull. This side of Pico's Kabbalism I shall entirely exclude from all further discussion here, as it belongs into the history of the art of Raymond Lull. Here we are solely concerned with Pico's second kind of Kabbalah, the kind which is a way of capturing the powers of superior things, another way of doing which is by natural magic, and which is the supreme part of natural magic. Evidently, this second kind is magic. It is related to natural magic, but higher. It must go high up beyond the stars, which is all that natural magic aims at, into the supercelestial spheres, or it must have a way of capturing the power of the stars, which is stronger than that of natural magic, because it is, as it were, harnessed to higher forces. This kind of Kabbalah is abundantly proved by Pico's further remarks of it in the Apology. Just as there has been among us, says Pico, a bad form of magia, which is necromancy, and which is not the same as the natural magic which he advocates, so there has been among the Hebrews a bad form, a degradation of Kabbalah. There have been wicked Kabbalist magicians, falsely claiming to derive their art from Moses, Solomon, Adam, or Enoch, who said that they knew the secret names of God, and by what powers to bind demons, and have said that it was by such means as this that Christ did his miracles. But of course it is not this wicked kind of false Kabbalist magic which Pico is advocating, as anyone can understand, for he has expressly pointed out in one of his conclusions that the miracles of Christ could not have been done by the way of Kabbalah. The seventh of the magical conclusions states that Christ's miracles were not done either by magia or by Kabbalah. These excuses and disclaimers indicate pretty clearly that the methods of good practical Kabbalists would be similar to those of the bad ones, but used in a good way. They too would use the secret Hebrew names of God and names of angels, invoking them in the powerful Hebrew language, or by magical arrangement of the sacred Hebrew alphabet. Bad Kabbalists would raise bad angels or demons in this way. Good ones would raise good angels. This would be a magic which would go beyond, and be far superior to, natural magic, for it would tap the powers in the supercelestial world beyond the stars. Examination of some of Pico's conclusions will bear out that his Kabbalist magic was almost certainly of this kind. Two of the sets of conclusions are important for this enquiry, namely the Conclusiones Magicae and the Conclusiones Kabbalistae. The magical conclusions are partly about natural magic and partly about Kabbalist magic, and some of them are about both. I have already quoted some of the ones on natural magic, and I shall now quote some of those on Kabbalist magic, on both of the magics. Quodcunque fiat opus mirabile serue site magicum sue cabalisticum sue suiscunque altieris generis principalissime referendum est in Deum. This, the sixth magical conclusion, is interesting for its work of the object of magic as doing a wonderful work, that is, a magical operation. It also specifies that such works can be done by different kinds of magic, by magia, natural magic, or by Kabbalah, or by other kinds. The last clause would allow for the inclusion of, for example, Orphic magic and Chaldean magic, on both of which Pico has something to say in other conclusions. And it solemnly recommends the spirit of piety towards God, in which all good magical operations must be undertaken. I have already quoted earlier that the 15th magical conclusion, which states that no magical operation is effective unless Kabbalah is added to it, and the 22nd with its affirmation that no names are powerful for a magical work unless they are in Hebrew, or closely derived from Hebrew. I therefore go on to the 25th conclusion, which is as follows. Sicut caracterares sunt propri, operi, magico, ita, numeri, sunt, properi, operi, Kabbalae, medio, existente, inter utoresque, and appropriali per declinationem ad extrema usa literarum. Natural magic uses characters. Kabbalist magic uses numbers through its use of letters. There is a clear reference to the numerical values of Hebrew letters, which are to be taken into account in doing Kabbalist magic. There is also a very obscure reference to a connection between the characters of magic and the letter numbers of Kabbalah. Sicut per primi agentus if influxum si sit specialis a immediatus fit aliquid quod non attingutitar per meditatatum quasarum ita per opus Kabbalae si sit pura Kabbalah, and immediata fit aliquid ad quod nulla magia attinget. This, which is the 26th and last magical conclusion, is very important for the relation of magia to Kabbalah. Natural magic uses only intermediary causes, the stars. Pure Kabbalah goes immediately to the first cause, to God himself. It thus can do works to which no magic can attain. Of the Kabbalist conclusions, I have already quoted the first three, which define the different kinds of Kabbalah, and I now select for quotation some of the others. In thinking about the Kabbalist conclusions, one cannot quite be sure that they are magical in purpose, as the magical conclusions certainly are, or whether some, perhaps most, of them are not purely mystical. Is Pico talking about a mystical ascent of the soul through the spheres to the Sephiroth and the mystical nothing beyond them? Or does he envisage using magical means for this ascent, or at gaining magical powers for operations from it? In a personality such as his, the fine line dividing mysticism from magic is difficult and perhaps impossible to trace. Modus quo rationalis animae per angelam Deo sanctificator quae a Kabbalistes non exprimintur, non est nisi per separationem animae a corpore, non corporis ab anima nisi per accidens, ut contigit in morte osculi, de quo scribitur praeciosa in conspectu Domini mortis sanctorum eos. Thus the 11th conclusion is certainly profoundly mystical, in a supreme trance in which the soul is separated from the body. The Kabbalist can communicate with God through the archangels in an ecstasy so intense that sometimes it results accidentally in the death of the body, a way of dying called the death of the kiss. Pico was greatly preoccupied with this experience and mentions the mors osculi in his commentary on Benvieni's poem. Non potest operari per puram Kabbalam, quae non est rationalitor intellectuales. The operations of pure Kabbalah are done in the intellectual part of the soul. This immediately marks them off from the operations of natural magic, which are done only with the natural spiritus. Quae operator in Kabbalah, si erabit in opere aut non perfectactus ac caresit duaribatior ab azalale. It is possible that this could refer only to mystical operations, but attempts to reach the archangels which go wrong and encounter a bad angel instead. Or it could be one of the usual warnings to magicians of the preparations and purifications necessary before attempting to operate, and of the awful dangers which await a magician who makes a mistake in his magic or attempts to operate when not properly prepared. The natural magic, which carefully avoided trying to reach star demons, had taken precautions against such risks as these, for some of the star demons were good but others bad. Hence it was better not to attempt to do anything more than spiritus magic. Although Pico's higher magic is angelic and divine, he is not altogether safe, for there are bad angels as well as good angels. Unpleasant though it may be to encounter face to face the tall dark man with red eyes, the Egyptian deacon demon for the first face of Ares, it might be even worse to be devoured by this terrible Jewish bad angel, Azazel. In the 48th Kabbalist conclusion, Pico shows that he fully understands that there is a relationship between the 10 spheres of the cosmos, the 7 spheres of the planets, the 8th sphere, or the firmament of fixed stars, the Empyrean, and the primum mobile, and the 10 Sephiroth are numerations of Kabbalah. Quic quid dicant kai teri Kabbalisticae ego decern spheras sic decim numeram tionibus correspondere dico ut ab edificio incipiendo Jupiter sit quatari Mars quinti Sol sexti Saturnus septimi Venus octui Alcarius nonac Luna decimi turn supra edificium firmantitium terti primum mobili secundae coelum imperiarum primi. Though the way in which he is counting here is confusing, Pico is thinking of correspondencies between the 10 spheres and the 10 Sephiroth, such as sometimes set out as follows: Sephiroth 1, Kether 2, Hokmah 3, Bina 4, Hezad 5, Gevura 6, Ra He Min 7, Netch 8, Had 9, Yesod 10, Melkuth. Spheres: Premium Mobile 8th sphere, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sol, Venus, Mercury, Luna, and elements. It is this relationship of the Sephiroth with the spheres of the cosmos which makes of Kabbalah a theosophy related to the universe, and it is this relationship which makes it possible to speak of Kabbalist magic as the completion of natural magic, or a higher form of natural magic, reaching higher spiritual forces which are yet organically related to the stars. In the 66th Kabbalist conclusion, Pico describes how he adapts our soul to the 10 Sephiroth, describing them by their meanings as follows: Ego, animam nostrum sic decen Sephirot adapto, ut per unitatem suam fit cum prima, per intellectum cum secunda, per rationem cum terta, per superiorum concupiscitum sibilum cum quarta, per superiorum irascibilum cum quinta, per liberum arbituum cum sexta, and per hoc totum ud a superiora se connuititur cum septima, ut ad inferiora cum octua, and mixtum ex utroque potius per indifferentiam uel alternarium adhi oceanum quam simultaneam continentiam cum nua, and per potentiam qua inhabitat primum habitculum cum decima. This compares with the meanings of the Sephiroth as given by Shlolem as follows: Ketlier, the supreme; Chokmah, wisdom; Bina, intelligence; Hesad, love or mercy; Gevura, power and wrath; Rachmin, compassion; Nech, eternity; Hod, majesty; Yesod, basis; Melkuth, kingdom or glory; and per Pico, unity, intellect, reason, superior concupiscence, superior irascibility, free will, that through which all converts to superiors, that through which all converts to inferiors, mixtures, etc., and the power of the fist. Pico's meanings are, as can be seen, mostly the same, and he shows understanding of the circular arrangement or movement of the Sephiroth, through which the last connects with the first. It is no accident that there are 72 of Pico's Kabbalist conclusions, for the 56th conclusion shows that he knew something of the mystery of the name of God with 72 letters. Quae sceriat explicare quaternarium indinarium habebit modum si sit peritus Kabbalae deducende ex nomine infallibe nomen 72 literarum. All that we need to retain of the mysteries of the Kabbalist conclusions is that Pico knew in some form the outline of the path of the Sephiroth and its connections with the cosmos, and that this is why Kabbalah connected with natural magic as its higher form. From the magical conclusions, we know that he did envisage doing practical Kabbalah, or Kabbalist magic, though the details in the way in which he did this, only the initiated can explain. More could doubtless be learned from Reuchlin's De Arte Kabbalistica, 1517, in which several of Pico's Kabbalist conclusions are quoted and commented upon, and in which the practitioner of Kabbalah could learn much which was not explained by Pico. For instance, that angels who are voiceless are better communicated with by signacula memoriativa, Hebraic mnemonic signs, than by speaking their names. Reuchlin treats at length of the letter number calculations, gives many names of angels, including those of the 72 who form the name of God: Vehuia, Ayalele, Sitael, Elamia, and so on, and instructions how to summon the more familiar Raphael, Gabriel, and Michael. Through Reuchlin, Pico's Kabbalist magic leads straight to the angelic sense of Trithmius or of Cornelius Agrippa, though these magicians were to work in a more crudely operative spirit than the pious and contemplative Pico. Pico's oration on the dignity of man echoes throughout the words magia and Kabbalah. These are the basic themes of the whole song, and after the opening quotation from Trismegistus on man, the great miracle, comes the main eulogy of natural magic, after which the speaker passes on to the mysteries of the Hebrews and the secret tradition stemming from Moses. The oration is full of secrets not fully revealed. The Egyptians sculptured a sphinx on their temples to show that the mysteries of their religion must be guarded under a veil of silence. The Kabbalah of the Hebrews contains mysteries handed under a seal of silence. Sometimes he comes near to revealing a secret. And if it is permissible, under the veil of enigma, to mention in public something of the most secret mysteries, we invoke Raphael, the celestial doctor, that he may liberate us with ethics and dialectics, like a salutary physician's. In us, now restored to good health, will dwell Gabriel, the force of the Lord, who, leading us through the miracles of nature and showing us where dwell the virtue and power of God, will present us to Michael, the high priest, who, after service to philosophy, will crown us, as with the crown of precious stones, with the priesthood of theology. How do we invoke Raphael, Gabriel, and Michael so that they dwell in us with all their powers and knowledge? Do we perhaps know their secret names and numbers? Is there a secret of practical Kabbalah at the core of this lofty, mystical aspiration? The praise of magic and of man as magus in the oration is couched in general rhetoric terms and only hints at the secrets of magical procedures. But it is certainly in praise of both magia and Kabbalah that it would therefore seem that the complete Renaissance magus, as he burst upon the world for the first time in Pico's oration, in his full power and dignity, was a practitioner of both natural magic and also of its supreme form, practical Kabbalah. In his study of Ficino's magic, D.P. Walker has suggested that it was probably mainly subjective, that is to say, he used it chiefly on himself. It worked through the imagination, by conditioning the imagination through various ways of life and rituals towards receiving inwardly the divine forms of the natural gods. It was the magic of a highly artistic nature, heightening the artistic perceptions with magical procedures. The same is probably true of Pico's use of practical Kabbalah, that it was mainly a subjective use of Kabbalist magic, by a deeply religious and artistic nature. In what forms, perhaps, more sublimely beautiful in his imagination than even the angelic forms painted by a Botticelli or a Raphael, did Raphael, Gabriel, and Michael come to dwell with Pico della Mirandola? And perhaps it is also chiefly in this imaginative and artistic sense that we should understand the influence of the Renaissance magic of the type inaugurated by Ficino and Pico. The operative magi of the Renaissance were the artists, and it was a Donatello or a Michelangelo who knew how to infuse the divine life into statues through their art. The double magic of Pico brought magic quite inevitably within the sphere of religion. If even Ficino's mild cult of the natural gods as a kind of medical therapy involved him in difficulties with theologians, Pico's difficulties from the same quarter were bound to be much graver and deeper, for, by harnessing natural magic to Kabbalah, he took magic right up to the super-celestial world of divine and angelic powers. The cult which went with the religious magic, as compared with, for example, the solar rites of natural magic, was the religious cult itself. In the Heptapolis, it is said that in order to unite ourselves with the higher natures, we must follow the cult of religion with hymns, prayers, and supplications. And in the Orphic conclusions, the hymns of David, that is, the Psalms, are spoken of as incantations as powerful for the work of Kabbalah, as the hymns of Orpheus are of value for natural magic. Sicut hymni Daude, opcri, Kabbalah, mirabiliter, deseriunt, ita hymni Orphae, opere, ueri, licitai, and naturalis magicae. Thus, a practical Kabbalist singing a psalm is performing a rite similar to the natural magician intoning an Orphic hymn, similar, but more powerful because we are told in another Orphic conclusion, which I quoted above, that the Orphic hymns have no power unless the work of Kabbalah is added to them. It is difficult to understand how Kabbalah could be done at the same time as Orphic singing. Possibly Pico simply means that psalm singing should alternate with Orphic singing, or perhaps it is done with an intentio amitni towards the true gods above nature while singing the hymns to the natural gods. Or could it be through influence of religions, chanting on the hymns or the natural gods, which could also work the other way as a memory of the hymns to the natural gods within the religious hymns of the God of David sung in church? The problem is perhaps insoluble, but in thinking of it, we are in the presence of a problem which was to agitate later controversies about religion in relation to magic. Namely, should a religious reform involve putting more magic into religion, or taking the magic out of it? If one puts the problem not only in these terms, but in terms of magical and wonder-working images in Christian churches, the possible relevance of this tremendously Renaissance emphasis on religious magic to the Reformation and its ironclasm is a question which begins to raise its head. The connections between magic and Christianity in Pico's formulations is made even closer and more formidable by his extraordinary claim that magia and Kabbalah help to prove the divinity of Christ. The seventh of the magical conclusions is as follows: Nulla est scientia, que nos magis certificet de deunitate Christi, quam magia and Kabbalah. What exactly he meant by this amazing statement is nowhere fully explained, but this was the conclusion which most exception was taken, which raised a storm of protest, and which he concentrated on apologizing for and defended in his apology. Some of the Kabbalist conclusions refer to the power of Kabbalah for confirming the divinity of Christ. It was thus, though Kabbalistic letter manipulations, that the ecstatic young man perceived with rapture that Iesu is indeed the name of the Messiah, the Son of God. But how did magia also prove the divinity of Christ? I have no explanation of this to offer, unless it is supposed to be that Pico thought of the Eucharist as a kind of magia. Readers interested in this problem may be referred to Pico's treatise on the Eucharist, in which I have not been able to find any definitive use of the word magia. So with the utmost confidence and boldness, the most devout Christian mystic, Pico della Mirandola, advanced to his defense magia and Kabbalah. Far from being magics in which a Christian must not dabble, they are, on the contrary, magics which confirm the truth of his religion and lead him into a greater spiritual awareness of its mysteries. And yet, this was a double-edged tool which Pico was using in defense of his religion, and he was aware of its other dangerous cutting edge, which he guarded against in the seventh magical conclusion, repeated with great emphasis in his apology. Non patuarant opera Christi, uel per uam magiae, uel per uam Kabbalae fieri. If magia and Kabbalah have such power, was it by these means that Christ did his wonderful works? No, says Pico with his utmost emphasis, but later magicians were to take up the dangerous thought. There is yet another aspect of Pico's crucially important position in the history of our subject. The magia of the oration is ultimately derivable from the magic in the Asclepius, a derivation which Pico boldly emphasizes when he begins the speech with Hermes Trismegistus on the great miracle of man. Thus, in yoking together magia and Kabbalah, Pico was really marrying Hermeticism to Kabbalism, a union, which, as emphasized earlier in this chapter, Pico was the first to bring about, from which was to spring a progeny of Hermetic Kabbalists, composers of works of vast complexity and infinite obscurity, as numerous as they are baffling. In the last chapter, it was suggested that the medieval magic was reformed and superseded in the Renaissance by the new style of philosophical magic. There was also a type of medieval magic which used names of angels, named in Hebrew, invocations in bastard Hebrew, and curious magical arrangements of letters and diagrams. Magicians ascribed such magics as these to, and more particularly to, Solomon, and one of the most characteristic textbooks of this type of magic was the work known as the Clavis Salomonis, which is widely circulated surreptitiously in variant forms. It is probably of this type of work that Pico is thinking when he says that his practical Kabbalah has nothing to do with wicked magics going under the name of Solomon, Enoch, or Adam, by which demons were conjured by bad magicians. When seen in the context of the lofty philosophical mysticism of Kabbalah, and from the standpoint of some real knowledge of Hebrew, and the mystique of the Hebrew alphabet, these old magics were seen to be not only wicked, but also ignorant and barbarous. They are replaced by magical Kabbalah, the learned Hebrew magic, which takes its place beside the learned Neoplatonic magic as one of the two disciplines which together make up the equipment of the Renaissance magus. We begin to perceive here that the extraordinary change in the status of the magician, the necromancer concocting his filthy mixtures, the conjurer making his frightening invocations, were both outcasts from society, regarded as dangers to religion, and forced into plying their trades in secrecy. These old-fashioned characters are hardly recognizable in the philosophical and pious magi of the Renaissance. There is a change in status almost comparable to the change in status of the artist from the mere mechanic of the Middle Ages to the learned and refined companion of princes of the Renaissance, and the magics themselves are changed almost out of recognition. Who could recognize the necromancer studying his Picatrix in secret in the elegant Ficino with his infinitely refined use of sympathies, his classical incantations, his elaborately Neoplatonized talismans? Who could recognize the conjurer using the barbarous techniques of some Clavis Salomonis in the mystical Pico, lost in the religious ecstasies of Kabbalah, drawing archangels to his side? And yet, there is a kind of continuity, because the techniques are at bottom based on the same principles. Ficino's magic is an infinitely refined and reformed version of pneumatic necromancy. Pico's practical Kabbalah is an intensely religious and mystical version of conjuring. Just as the old necromancy was ultimately derivable from late antique types of magic which flourished in the context of the Hermetism or pagan Gnosticism of the early centuries AD, so did the old conjuring go back to the same period and the same types of sources. Names of angels, names of God in Hebrew, Hebrew letters and signs are a feature of Gnostic magic in which pagan and Jewish sources are inextricably mingled. This mingling continues in the later tradition. There are, for example, names of Jewish angels in Picatrix, and the author of some Keys of Solomon is ascribed to Picatrix. Thus, both the Renaissance magia and its Kabbalah could be regarded as reformed revivals of magics ultimately derivable from pagan and Jewish Gnosticism. Moreover, the two theoretical contexts in which the two kinds of magic revive in the Renaissance, namely the Hermética and the Kabbalah, are both Gnostic in origin. The Hermética are collections of documents of pagan Gnosticism of the early centuries AD, in some of which, particularly in the account of creation in Pimander, there is Jewish influence. And as the researches of G. Shlolem have recently emphasized, there is a strong Gnostic influence in the early Jewish Kabbalah, and underlying the Neoplatonism with which it was mingled in the Spanish Kabbalism of the Middle Ages. he has drawn attention, in particular, to one of the most interesting examples of this. In the pagan Gnostic theory of the ascent of the soul through the spheres, in which it casts off the influence of matter, its final regeneration takes place in the eighth sphere, where the powers and virtues of God enter into it. I resumed an example of this doctrine in this second chapter in the outline of Egyptian regeneration from Corpus Hermeticum 13, with its description of the entry of the powers into the regenerated soul in the eighth, or Ogdoadiac sphere, after which the powers sing in the soul the Ogdoadiac hymn of regeneration. Shlomo has shown that in the Hekaloth literature, one of the predecessors of Kabbalah, there is exactly the same conception, the divine glory and power being thought of as in the eighth sphere, and even the word Ogdoas is translated into Hebrew. Now, curiously enough, Pico della Mirandola saw a connection between Hermetism and Kabbalah, and what he saw is perhaps most the same as what Shlomo has arrived at by his scholarly methods. Pico draws 10 conclusions from Hermes Trismegistus, which come just before the Kabbalist conclusions. The ninth of these Hermetic conclusions is as follows: Decem intra unumcunque sunt ultorx, ignorantia, tristitia, inconstantia, cupiditas, inuit stitia, luxurias, innuanda, fraus, ira, malitia. Pico is quoting from Corpus Hermeticum 13, as translated by Ficino, where the 12 punishments of matter are translated as ultores, and their names are translated exactly as Pico gives them here, except that he has left out 2 of them, making only 10 punishments or evil material forces instead of 12. It will be remembered that in Corpus Hermeticum 13, the 12 punishments deriving from the zodiac and representing man under the power of the stars are driven out by 10 good forces or powers and virtues of God. And when the decade has driven out the dodecade, the soul is redeemed and sings the Ogdoadic song. Pico had a reason for reducing the ultores to 10, for he wanted to make a comparison with Kabbalah in his following and 10th Hermetic conclusion. Decen ultores de quibus dixit secundum Mercurium praecedens conclusio uedebit profundus contemplor correspondere malae coordinationi denarii in Kabbalah, and praefectus illudius de quibus ego in Kabbalistis conclusionisibus nihil possua quia est secretum. I believe this means that Pico thinks that the Hermetic punishments correspond to 10 evil things in Kabbalah, which are driven out by their good opposites, that is, by the 10 Sephiroth, in an experience of which he did not speak in the Kabbalist conclusions, because it was too secret and holy to divulge. That is to say, or so I interpret it, Pico believes that the fundamental experiences of the Kabbalist, when the 10 Sephiroth, or powers, and names of God take up their abode in his soul, having driven out all evil forces, is the same as the experience of the Hermetist, when the powers, having driven out the punishments, come to dwell in him and sing within him the Ogdoadic hymn of regeneration. If my interpretation of these Hermetic conclusions is correct, then it was not only on the level of their magics that Pico married together Hermetism and Kabbalism, but on that very deep level of the actual structure of their religious experience, having perceived a basic similarity between the Hermetic systems of the powers and their opposites in a cosmic framework, and the Kabbalist system of the Sephiroth, their opposites, and also in a cosmic framework. For Pico, this remarkable essay in comparative religion would not take the critical form of a recognition of Gnostic elements in Kabbalah comparable with Hermetic Gnosticism. For him, the comparison would be a rapturous realization that was the Egyptian Moses Trismegistus teaches about the powers and punishments is the same as what Moses, as reported by the Kabbalists, teaches about the Sephiroth and their opposites. The deepest root of the Renaissance reevaluation of magic as a spiritual force allied to religion lies in the Renaissance interest in Gnosticism and the Hermetica, to which, we have just seen, Pico was able to relate his interest in Kabbalah. Much new work has been done in recent years on Hermetism in the Renaissance, and it may eventually become apparent that both Ficino's Neoplatonism and Pico's attempted synthesis of all philosophies on a mystical basis are really, at bottom, an aspiration after a new gnosis rather than a new philosophy. At any rate, it was their immersion in the atmosphere of gnosis that their veneration for Hermes Trismegistus, which led Ficino and Pico to their religious approach to magic and to their placing of the magus on a lofty pinnacle of insight, a position very different from that held by the vulgar necromancers and conjurers in former, less enlightened times. Finally, it may be pointed out that the dignity of man, the magus, in Pico's famous oration rests on a Gnostic text, not on a patristic text. Pico does not quote the whole of the passage in the Asclepius on Man, the great miracle with which his oration opens, and which, in its context, claims that miraculous man is, in his origin, divine. And so, O Asclepius, man is a magnum miraculum, a being worthy of reverence and honor, for he goes into the nature of a god as though he were himself a god. He has familiarity with the race of demons, knowing that he is of the same origin. He despises that part of his nature which is only human, for he has put his hope in the divinity of the other part. The fathers of the church had placed man in a dignified position as the highest of terrestrial beings, as spectator of the universe, as the microcosm containing within himself the reflection of the macrocosm. All these orthodox notions are in the oration on the dignity of man, but the dignity of man as magus, as operator, having within him the divine creative power and the magical power of marrying earth to heaven, rests on the Gnostic heresy that man was once and can become again through his intellect, the reflection of the divine mens, a divine being. The final reevaluation of the magician in the Renaissance is that he becomes a divine man. Once again, one is reminded of a parallel with the creative artists, for this was the epithet which their contemporaries awarded to the great, of whom they often speak of as the divine Raphael, or the divine Leonardo, or the divine Michelangelo. Ficino, as we saw from his apology, encountered difficulties from theologians because of his magic. Since Pico had been much bolder than Ficino, his difficulties were much more serious, and the Pico case became a theological cause celebre, which was long remembered. The main facts of the story can be briefly resumed as follows. Owing to serious murmurs among Roman theologians about the heretical character of some of Pico's theses, Pope Innocent VIII was obliged to appoint a commission to go into the matter. Pico appeared several times before this commission to answer for his views. Eventually, several of these theses were categorically condemned, amongst them the magical conclusion, in which Pico states, "Nulla est scientia quae nos magis certificet de divinitate Christi quam magia et Cabala." Despite his condemnation, Pico published his apology, together with part of the oration on the dignity of man. The edition is dated May 1487, but this date has been questioned. In the apology, he defended his condemned propositions. This publication naturally involved him in fresh difficulties, and bishops with inquisitorial powers were appointed to deal with his case. In July 1487, Pico made a formal submission and retraction to the commission, and in August, the Pope issued a bull condemning all the theses and forbidding their publication, but exculpating Pico because of his submission. Nevertheless, when Pico fled to France, papal nuncios were sent after him to obtain his arrest, and for a time imprisoned at Vincennes. Though his case was viewed with a good deal of sympathy in France, both in court and in university circles, amongst whom his use of the teachings of the Parisian schoolmen in many of these theses were appreciated. He was allowed to return to Italy, bearing French royal letters in his favor, and he was constantly supported by Lorenzo de' Medici, who interceded for him with the Pope. He was therefore allowed to live in Florence, though under rather a cloud, and his way of life was one of extreme piety and asceticism, under the influence of Savonarola. He died in 1494, on the day that the French king's armies entered Florence. In 1489, a long reply to Pico's apology was published by Pedro Garcia, a Spanish bishop who had been one of the commission which examined Pico. Garcia's work had been analyzed by Thorndike, who has pointed out its great importance for the history of the attitude to magic. A large part of the work is concerned with refuting Pico's thesis that there is no science which gives us more assurance of Christ's divinity than magic and the Kabbalah. Garcia is opposed to magic of any kind, all of which is evil and diabolical, and contrary to the Catholic faith. He does not deny astrological theory and consequent existence of occult sympathies, but states that these cannot be known or used by man except by diabolical assistance. He strongly condemns the use of astrological images, that is, talismans, and refutes a Spanish theologian who has been trying to insinuate that Thomas Aquinas allowed their use. All this argument might, no doubt, be instructively compared with Ficino's tortuous attempts to draw in Thomas Aquinas in his defense of his talismans. The De Vita Coelitus Caparanda was published in the same year as Garcia's book. In connection with his condemnation of astrological images, Garcia has also had to deal with those who have been saying that astrological magic can be seen as free from demonic influences as ecclesiastical magic, such as the use of wax lambs blessed by the Pope or the blessing of bells. Garcia denies this, strongly affirming that Christian observances are not efficacious by virtue of the stars, but solely through the omnipotent power of the Creator. Finally, Garcia denies the antiquity of Kabbalah. Garcia's work is thus not only a condemnation of magic in itself, but a refutation of the suggestion that the ecclesiastical magic could have any connection with it. In the next century, Arcangelo de Burgo Nuovo wrote a defense of Pico against Garcia, printed at Venice in 1569, and these two works, Garcia's and Arcangelo's, may be said to epitomize the arguments for and against the connection of magic with religious practices, which raged in the 16th century and to which D.P. Walker has drawn attention in his book. The basic case for this controversy is the Pico case and the arguments used by Pico's attackers and defenders. In the last years of his life, Pico's situation was greatly eased by the advent to office in 1492 of a new pope. In that year, Innocent VIII was succeeded as the spiritual head of Christendom by Alexander VI, the Borgia Pope, one of the most publicized and colorful characters of the Renaissance. Unlike his predecessor, the Borgia Pope was not at all averse to astrology and magic, but on the contrary was deeply interested in those subjects, and he came out most impressively to the rescue of Pico's orthodoxy. The bulls for Pico's absolution, which Lorenzo de' Medici had failed to obtain from Innocent VIII, in spite of his repeated appeals, were promulgated by Alexander VI on June 18, 1493, less than a year after his elevation to the Holy See. Not only that, the Pope wrote a personal letter to Pico himself, beginning Dilecte Filii Salute and Apostolicam Benedictionem. In this letter, Alexander rehearses the whole history of Pico's case, mentioning the 900 theses, the Apologia, the commission which had accused Pico of heresy, his flight to France, and ends by completely absolving both him and his works from all taint from heresy. Pico is described as illuminated by his Divina Largitas and as a faithful son of the Church. This letter was printed in all the editions of Pico's works, thus encouraging readers to accept, on the highest authority, the writer's views as of an unimpeachable orthodoxy. And this would include the view which was the chief cause of the outcry against Pico and of the commission which Alexander quashed, and that Magia and Kabbalah were valuable aids to Christianity. It was in this changed atmosphere that Pico wrote about 1493 to 1494 his Disputationes adversus astrologiam divinatrium. This work against astrology used to be taken as proof that Pico was free from astrological superstition, but its title alone shows that the kind of astrology which Pico is against is divinatory astrology, the normal astrology, based on belief in the determination of man's fate by the stars, and using calculations based on horoscopes to foretell the predestined future. And it has recently been pointed out that Pico repeats in his book that what is practically Ficino's theory of astral influences born on a celestial spirit. Further, Pico actually cites our Marsilius as one of those who haven against the astrologers, following in the traces of Platonius, in the interpretation and exposition of whom he has much aided Platonic studies, amplifying them and enlarging them. This could be an allusion to the commentary on Platonius, the De Vita Coelitas Comparanda, and its Magia Naturalis, including Platonized talismans, as a work indirectly defended through being drawn in amongst those against astrology. In short, Pico is really defending the Ficinian astral magic. He does not use this expression, which, as emphasized in the last chapter, is quite a different thing from astrology proper, being a way of escape from astrological determinism by teaching how to control and use the stellar influences. Written about 1493 to 1494, that is about the time that the Pope had exonerated Pico from all blame. The book against astrology is really a vindication of Magia Naturalis. It is into the context of the controversy against Pico in which Alexander VI came out so strongly on the side of the Magus that one should put the extraordinary Egyptianism in the frescoes painted by Pinturicchio for Alexander in the Appartamento Borgia in the Vatican. These frescoes were studied by F. Saxel, who pointed out that within an Orthodox program there are strange allusions. In the first room are 12 Sibyls, uttering their prophecies of the coming of Christ, and 12 Hebrew prophets. I would suggest that Lactantius and Siena Pavement teach us to look for the greatest Gentile prophet, Hermes Trismegistus, as likely to be present in the room of the Sibyls, and I think he is there as the prophetic figure with the zodiac, who ends the series of planets above the Sibyls. In the next room are 12 prophets with the 12 apostles. The Christianity foretold by Hebrew and Gentile prophets has arrived, represented by the apostles. In the following rooms come the 7 liberal arts, with astrology the most prominent, 7 saints, and 7 scenes from the life of the Virgin. It is, so far, a perfectly orthodox program. But very strange are the Egyptian scenes in the room of the saints. The emblem of the Borgia family was the bull, and the Borgia bull becomes identified in this series with Apis, the bull worshipped by the Egyptians as the image of Osiris, the sun god. It is by a series of elusive shifts in meaning as the frescoes tell their story that the Egyptian Apis bull, or the sun, becomes identified with the Borgia bull, or the Pope as the sun. The Egyptian series begins with the story of Io, turned into a cow by Juno, who set Argus to watch her. Argus was killed by Mercury, a scene shown in one of the paintings where Mercury, with drawn sword, is dispatching Argus. Having been rescued by Mercury from Argus, Io escaped into Egypt, where she became the goddess Isis. After the scene with Mercury and Argus, there follows, in the frescoes, a scene where Io, Isis, is seated on a throne, with a figure in her left identified by Saxel as Moses. The figure on her right is obviously the same person as the one shown with the zodiac in the room of the Sibyls. He is, I suggest, again, Hermes Trismegistus, now shown with Moses. The Mercury who killed Argus was, according to Cicero, Hermes Trismegistus, who afterwards went into Egypt and gave the Egyptians their laws and letters. This is mentioned by Ficino in the Argumentum before his Pimander. Hunc, i.e. Trismegistus, asserunt, occidisse argum, Egyptis praefuse, aisque, leges a litteras tradidice. Hence, the Mercury in the fresco who kills Argus would be Hermes Trismegistus, and the next scene would show him in Egypt as the lawgiver of the Egyptians, with, beside him, the lawgiver of the Hebrews, Moses. This would be the usual Hermes-Moses comparison with which we have become so familiar in our study of Magia and Kabbalah. Why did the Pope have such a program painted early in his reign, a program which glorifies the Egyptian religion, shows the Egyptian Apis bulls worshipping the cross, associates Hermes Trismegistus with Moses? The answer to this question is, I believe, that the Pope wished to proclaim his reversal of the policy of his predecessor by adopting Pico della Mirandola's program of using Magia and Kabbalah as aids to religion. The profound significance of Pico della Mirandola in the history of humanity can hardly be overestimated. He it was who first boldly formulated a new position for European man as magus, using both magia and Kabbalah to act upon the world, to control his destiny by science. And in Pico, the organic link with religion of the emergence of the Magus can be studied as its source.